Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, thank you. That was a great response. Should we try that again? Because not everybody joined in. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Much better. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Asian Paralympic Committee Conference and General Assembly 2023. My name is Jane Jones, and I'm going to be your MC over the next few days. Before we start the meeting, there's just a few items of housekeeping that I want to take you through. There are no fire alarm tests, so if you hear the alarm, please make your way calmly through the emergency exits that you can see around the room. The washrooms are situated out of the main door that you came in to your right. Please keep your phones on silent during the meeting. You can see in front of you on the desk the Wi-Fi passcode. Should you need to charge your laptop or mobile phone during the meeting, please don't look for plug sockets in the floor because there aren't any. What we do have, however, are power banks, and one of the conference venue staff can help you, loan you a power bank. You will be asked to give your accreditation card, a photograph of that will be taken, and we can loan you a power bank so you can charge your mobile or your laptop. If you need translation, we have it in Arabic, Russian, and Chinese. The headsets are available at the back of the room if you haven't picked one up. And finally, if you need to use your microphone when we ask for questions later on, please just push the button on the right-hand side. That will let us know that you want to ask a question, and then we can open your microphone. So it's lovely to see so many familiar faces here and some new ones too. To start the proceedings, I'd like to welcome a very familiar face to us all to the stage to give some opening remarks. Please can we have a round of applause for APC President Masheed Rashid. Thank you.
It's working. Can you hear me? No. Check one. Yes? Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the APC Conference. Welcome to Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much for being with us in this important event for our continent. It's great to see so many of you, although it only seems short while since we were together in Hangzhou. Whilst Hangzhou was all about athletes and their great performances, none of those performances would happen without you, our MPCs. So this conference is about supporting you, the MPCs, in the vital work that you do. We have arranged sessions. We will exchange our ideas, experiences. There will be workshops. There will be valuable information will be transformed from each other during these days. It's always great to celebrate the achievements, the success of our biggest, the best Asian Para Games ever. And it is important also to get all together here to evaluate our strategic plan, our pathway to discuss every single details in our movement. But also it is very important for us, after celebrating, being proud of what did we achieve, we close that chapter and looking forward for the future. Sustainability of our strong games and event. This is our main target, our main goals to everyone. The bar is being raised in Hangzhou. So it is another responsibility and commitment and challenge for all of us to maintain the same level and to depart to a higher one. And of course, we want to hear from you about your vision for the Paralympic movement here in Asia. So tomorrow we will have a number of facilitated workshops that will inform the next APC strategic plan. And before we start for this morning, I just wanted to remind you and myself the strategic plans, our goals, our programs, our initiatives, our hope, our dreams should be created by us according to our need, coming from the center of our movement, athletes, through the MPCs and partners. So I encourage you to play a big role, a positive part in these discussions and the workshops. Let the outcome of this conference, of these workshops, of this fruitful discussion become our next strategic plans that we are going to achieve it together. Finally, I hope that you will have an enjoyable stay in this beautiful capital, Riyadh, of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And as I said to everyone I meet, there is a lot of things beyond our program, conferences and General Assembly. Riyadh now in the best season. A lot of cultural activities, a lot of social activities, many areas that you can visit. A modern, new place that everyone can enjoy. So don't miss also the other side of Riyadh. Have a nice day and good luck for all of us in the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will now quickly run you through the agenda for the next couple of days. If we can show that, please. Thank you. So yes, you've heard Mr. President talk a lot about the strategic plan. So we're going to start this morning with a review of the strategic plan that Mr. Tarek Soui and Mr. Majid will be delivering for you. We will then have a coffee break. And then after the coffee break, we will review the activity and sport that has happened in the Asian region by our Games and Sport Development Committee. And then we will divert from the agenda a little bit because we have a special VIP guest from Saudi Arabia who is going to be joining us at around 12:30 for a short opening ceremony. And so we're very honored with that. After that, we will have lunch. And then this afternoon, we will hear from 3 NPCs who will share their success stories. And we will have an opportunity to have a panel discussion after that so that we can learn more about what has helped to drive their success. Following that, we will hear from 2 recent regional games organising committees who will talk about the legacy that hosting a regional games has had in their country. And then we will adjourn to reconvene later on this evening back here at the hotel for the Asian Awards. And then tomorrow, it's over to you. It's time to roll up your sleeves and start to work with us. We will have facilitated workshops in the morning where we will help identify the barriers to growth for the Paralympic movement in Asia. After that, we are delighted that some international federations are joining us to talk to us about the opportunity for growth within their sport in our region. And then finally, we will have some more workshops where we convert some of those barriers to growth. We look at how we can address those, and we turn those into action points that can come into our APC's next strategic plan. And that will conclude the conference. So, at the Asian Paralympic Committee, we are very proud to say that we put athletes at the heart of everything that we do. Therefore, it is very fitting that I invite the outgoing chairperson of the APC's Athlete Committee, Mr. Jong-min Lee, to say a few words to us. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum. Sorry for my pronunciations. Hello, my name is Jong-min Lee. I am the most outgoing chairperson of the Athlete Committee in Asian Paralympic Committee. First of all, I would like to thank for giving me this opportunity and giving the presentations about why the Athlete Committee is important and what are the purposes and what is the main reason we are here as an Athlete Committee. And also I would like to introduce some of the things that we have been done since 2018 to up to today. And also I would like to introduce our new Athlete Committee member from the 2022 Hangzhou Asian Para Games to 2026 Aichi Nagoya Asian Para Games. So as we know that the athlete is most important to have this Asian Paralympic Committee, but not just for the Asian Paralympic Committee, but also for each national Paralympic Committee. So what are the purposes and what are the reasons to have this Athlete Committee role in the regional or each nations or its Asian or international Paralympic Committee? I think I can narrow it down in 4 categories. So first of all, the building the athletes reader. So to having the Athletes Committee in MPC or in APC, we can start to create and developing the leaders of the athletes, because our main oriented goal is athlete-oriented for the Asian Paralympic Committee, but also for each national Paralympic Committee. So to bring more engagements for the athletes, we'll have much more leadership to create them to be more active and raising their opinions, to have new ideas to create the more creative scene, and also for the games as well. And also the supporting athletes' career. Of course, being as an athlete committee will lead into the developing the careers after their career ended with the athletes' performance. Because most of the athletes, they are focusing on the training and preparing for the competition and game, so they don't have much time or opportunity to be in other way to learn or experiences in administrations or any other industry. But if you be involved as an athlete committee, you will work closely with the Asian Paralympic Committee and also with other nation Paralympic Committee and also other international federations, which means you will create the network based on to learn other people's other projects. And you can see what are the next step you will be pursuing after end of your athlete's career. So I think it is also important to building the athlete's career to be involved as an athlete's committee. And the third is the progression of the Paralympic movement. I think all of the audience here will agree that having much more athletes committee will bring much more Paralympic movement because of the athletes, people who are having disability, to understand more easily about the athlete with a disability. So having more people with a disability and athlete with a disability in the groups will have a much more different understanding with their different types of a disability and different languages, diversity, and also for equal gender issues. So I think that is also a critical factor to have this progressions of the Paralympic movement, to have more athlete committee in your MPC or for the APC as well. And the last is the unique sports environments. I think it is thing is relating to Asian Paralympic Committee is now we are trying to have the winter sports game. And also, I think we are the only, the Paralympic organizations committee has the youth para game. Compared to European or America or other regional. So which means having more athletes committee involvement will create much more different games and unique competitions such as Asian Youth Para Games, and also we are planning to create the winter sports as well. Maybe some people think, come on, there's no winter sports that we can play with the athletes because we have a different geographical issue, such as Southeast Asia, Middle East, some of the countries, they don't have any environments to have a snow. But we can see that is the opportunity. That is the new challenge, but it is also comes as a new opportunity. Why not? I know that fact that Saudi Arabia has the indoor sports for the winter sports and as well as the United Arab Emirates. We can use that circumstances environment. And also, for example, we had a 2022 Beijing Winter Paralympic Game and also 2018 Pyeongchang Winter Paralympic Games that we can use each MPC to support and have much more impact to grow the winter sports. That which I don't think any other regional organizing committee have done yet. So I think it will be the first step and opportunity to create the winter sports. So I think that is the example of the unique sporting environments that we can create it, having more athletes committee involvement. So by the time when I was elected in 2018, we sat down with the other four athletes committee. We read it down in our aims and goals. So as I explained about the winter sports, of course, I am also the former rower in 2014 Incheon Asian Para Game, but also I played in the Nordic ski and competed in 2018 Pyeongchang Winter Paralympic Games. So I have both experience in the summer and winter sports. So I think I can give some of the thoughts and experiences to create more winter sports in using the Asian Para games in Asian regions. So we had a discussions to, hey, let's have some ideas to having more winter sports games in Asia. And also the Asia Games should be the pathway for the Paralympic Games. So having more numbers of the athletes, the participants, which that I think that we broke the record in the 2020 Hangzhou Asian Para Game, which it will bring a pathway for the Paralympic Games, such as upcoming Paris and for the 2028, the LA Paralympic Games. And the third that our ambitions and the goals were the classifications. I think it is very controversial and critical issue. I think every athlete and every MPC is facing with. So we would like to have more detailed classifications in Asian regions because not many Asian countries have knowledges and someone expert who understands and knows about the classification in each different sports. So we kind of sat at the Jakarta and at the table. So what do you guys think about we need to aims and the goals for next 4 to 5 years? And then the classifications that we wanted to focus and then developing in very specific and detailed classification in each different sports and for considering their disability types and gender and also all other factors that are impacting on the classifications. And the last is the together, the Paralympic athletes and common athletes together. because sometime I will be explaining about these situations because, being as an Asian para athlete, it doesn't really have to be distinguished or differences between the Paralympic athlete or someone who plays in the lifestyle sports. They are all same. They are all equal, but they don't have much opportunity, or each country doesn't have strong structures to find the pathway to go to the Paralympic Games or Asian Games. So we thought the athletes, the para-athlete has equal opportunity, and they should get each opportunity because they have the right to be involved in the para sports and the Paralympic Games. So that was the 4 different ambitions that we set it up as a 2018 to between 2022. And I would like to explain how these ambitions that we have been worked and have been the result another 4 to 5 years from the Jakarta. So I would like to introduce our 5 members of the Athlete Council from Jakarta. Ms. Shiham from the UAE, she's athletic in throw. And Mr. Junichi Kawai from Japan, he is the legends of the Japanese swimming, Paralympian. And also the Ms. Saadia from Singapore, she is playing the archery. And Mr. Yanjing Wang from China, and he is also in athletic in the throw. And myself. And those are the 5 members of the Athletes Committee from Jakarta to 2020 Hangzhou Asian Para Games. So first time when I elected as an Athlete Council and being as a chairperson, I didn't know what to do. I didn't have any references. I didn't have any information what I need to do and what we can do. So all I can do is let's have some ideas. Let's hearing from the ideas from the Athletes Committee. So we had a meeting with the Zoom or with the other protocol like a Microsoft, and every quarter we had a meeting. So we started to talking about what do we want to do, what do we have to do. So we kind of came up the idea. Then we just go after to APC. Let's say we want to do this. And then I kind of bother Mr. President Majid, Mr. Tarek. Every time I call them, hey, we want to do this. And then I call to APC staff, or sometime I give the information to the EB board member. We would like to do this, and we would like to have this idea. It might be not practical, or it might be not feasible. But I just give a shot and ask a lot of questions to the people. But one thing I learned is they never say no. I never heard anything no from the APC staffs or the board member that we are the hub and we are the heart of this organizing committee. So they never said no. They always willing to listen and always down to do what we wanted to do. So I would like to thank and give gratitude for the APC, all the people and staffs and families. They welcome me and they treat me as a family member, so I really appreciate it. And I'd like to take this moment to thank all of each of the members here and the president and Mr. Tarek as well. So one thing that we created is because of the COVID-19, even though we had so many ideas, we couldn't do anything. So what should we do? We are kind of, even in our country, we are locked down and all the training is stopped, and having the mental illness and the stress, gaining weight, and also a lot of stresses are coming from the athletes. So by the time I had an opportunity to visit Colorado Springs in USA to participate in the 2019 IPC Atlas Forum, I think it was very fruitful and very educational things that I learned. So I went back right after and I contacted APC. Why can't we have a first APC Atlas Forum? So they said, okay, let's do it. How you guys want to do it? So one thing that I can be networking that I used was the Korean Paralympic Committee. So I reached out to the Korean Paralympic Committee, APC and Korean Paralympic Committee, can you guys support to have a first Atlas Forum? Because of the COVID, we planned out to do with the virtual, which means online base. So we did it without any information, without any resources, without any references. We just did it. And also the full support from the KPC, they had funded They set down all the locations, and they supported all the IT technicians. So using that support and help, and using APC's full support from the EB board member, we had more than 200 participants were involved in the first Asian APC Atlas Forum. So I think it was one of the greatest moments that we could achieve. And without the support from the each MPC, or without the APC support, we could never succeed in that, to having the Atlas Forum ever. And also the second thing is, we wanted to have a more diversity, because we were trying to create the winter sports, so, or maybe other different sports. So I think mainly when you have to be the Atlas committee, you have to participate previous 2 Asian Para Games that you are qualified to be the Atlas committee. But some of the Atlas committee raised their opinion, why can we invite other sports which is not included in the Asian Para Games, such as winter sports or wheelchair rugby? So I sat down, and we get the ideas, and we bring it to the EB board member, and they said, of course, we're more than welcome to invite all different sports and all different types of a disability, athletes with a disability. So we, now that I will introduce later, but we have new Atlas committee member who are from Japan. He is played in the wheelchair rugby, which is not included in the Asian Para Game, but we are welcomed and included those sports which is not part of the Asian Para Game. And also we are looking forward to inviting some of the winter sports athletes, which we don't exist any Asian winter sports yet. So there's no qualifications for someone who are the winter sports para athlete, but we will bring them into our Atlas committee to have a listen, and to have coming with the different experiences and ideas to develop more games and much more understanding of the sports and the types of the disability. And also another thing that we have been doing as an Atlas committee, we trying to develop the applications, which is, as you know, in Asia, we have so many different languages, so many different religions, so many different types of the disability, which it is really hard to communicate between athlete to athlete. So if we develop the APC application, which we can convert to in so many different languages, and having so much information about the games, about the classifications, and about the future games, or whatever that issue we are looking forward to, that we can have that in one resources, such as applications, and we can start to support each other in different nations. So we are on the stage with the IT technicians expert in APC, Mr. Obaid, and we are still on debating and discussing and how to we develop this application tools for the mobile, or it could be based on the web. So my term is ended, but next Atlas committee will continuously follow up on that, developing the application. So I think those are the main thing that we have been accomplished with among our Atlas committee from 2018 to 2022. So I think we did pretty well, but still, there's a pro and cons. So because of the COVID-19, we wanted to do more activity, more events, but we were kind of hesitated because of the 2.5 years of the lockdown situation, and we didn't really have much time or opportunity due to that pandemic situation. But however, even though because of the APC support and all other MPC support, that we could get through these 3 main things accomplished within our Atlas committee. And I'd like to introduce our new Atlas committee member from 2022 Hangzhou Asian Para Game. So Ms. Salma Akatari, she's from United Arab Emirates. She's the paracyclist. And also we have a Mr. Hiroyuki Misaka. He is the wheelchair rugby player from Japan. and also the Miss Sarah Jabamardi from Islamic Republic of the Iran. She's playing in the parachuting. And also his second term, which is Mr. Yan Zhangwang from China. He is the re-elected as an Atlas Committee member of continuous from the 2018 to from now this new terms as well. And also we have Miss Tian Xuanwen, which is she's from Chinese Taipei, and she's playing para table tennis. So I think this is a new generations of the Atlas Committee, and there will be two more nominated by the Atlas Committee we're trying to equal the gender and geographical and sports and types of a disability. So I think they are considering to bring two more Atlas Committee into this APC Atlas Committee as well. So now I'd like to give this stance to the new chairperson of the Atlas Committee, and my time is ended, and I really appreciate and thank you very much all your support. And I'd like to welcome Mr. Hiroyuki Misaka from the stage, and he will have a few words about his goals and next plans for another 4 years.
Hello everyone, I'm Hiroki Misaka. Thank you for invitation, introduction me, Mr. John Lee. So at first, I'm sorry for my English skill is not good enough. There may be some part that uncomfortable to hear you. So I've been selected as the chairperson of the APC Athlete Committee. It is a great honor to be, okay, great honor to be chosen as a chairperson. And I feel that the importance of this role because John Min Lee was a great chairperson and made a huge contribution to the development of Asian parasports. Also, I'm the representative of the committee, but I just one of the member of the committee because there are wonderful member into the committee. So we respect each other and work as a team. The Paralympic value that I value most is equality. I believe that all athletes should be fairly given the access to environment and options to participate in sport, and this is what the Paralympic movement represents. To achieve this, we believe the most important thing is to listen to the voices of athletes widely and create as many opportunities as possible to fulfill their wishes. I believe that by continuing to share correctly and useful information to all Asian athletes, we will be able to get a very clear option. So we will also work on education of athletes. I understand that the definition of being athlete-centered is to put athletes who are clean and do not only think about the competition result, but deeply understand the Paralympic movement to be able to contribute to the development of the Paralympic Games and sport to the center. Finally, the next Asian Para Games will be held in Aichi, Nagoya. Aichi, Nagoya is my home country. So we will do our best to support you in order to make the tournament a success as an athlete committee. Thank you.
So this is the end of our presentations, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Aren't we lucky to have an outgoing chair and an incoming chair of the Athletes Committee who are so passionate about what they want to do for athletes within Asia. So please, I think it's appropriate that we give a huge round of applause as a thank you to John Ming Lee, and also a round of applause to Mr. Misaki to say congratulations on his new position. So one more round of applause, please. The next item on our agenda before the coffee break is a review of the Asian Paralympic Committee strategic plan. This was going to be presented by Mr. Tarek Souei, but if any of you have managed to see him so far, you will know that he has a problem with his voice. So President Majid has very kindly offered to step in and help Tarek with that. So please could I invite them to the stage to take us through the APC strategic plan, a look back on what we've accomplished between 2019 and 2023. Thank you.
Is the microphone open? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like the magic candy that I got from Dr. Hassan Lansari worked. I lost my voice this morning, to be honest, and I was even thinking about conducting the presentation in sign language, but we don't have an interpreter here to translate for you. So Mr. Majid offered generously to help me with this presentation. I'm so sorry for my terrible voice this morning. I will try to interact and switch between our president and myself and the strategic plan presentation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, check. Right. Yes, together we are stronger. We should support each other. Today morning, Tarek tried to call me, but I cannot hear him. I just hear someone said there is an issue with his ginger, honey, lemon. He's trying his best to make it, but at the end of the day, we are one team. I will try to do it with him, Tarek, the strategic plan, although I didn't go through all the slides in details. I do know the strategic plan because we created together, but I will do my best with Tarek, inshallah, to go through our strategic plan review. As I mentioned before, when we started in 2015, in May in Abu Dhabi, that time we said Asia Gathering. We came together, MPCs from all over Asia, and we sat in workshops for 3 days. We wanted to hear from everyone at that time. We wanted to create our pathway. We want to create our goals. So according to the situation, where do we want to go in the next 4 years? According to what can we achieve with our resources and with our great continent of Asia. And it was a fruitful meeting at that time. We created a very ambitious strategic plan coming from everyone, and then we continued building on that for the future. So the vision here is to make an inclusive Asia through parasports. This is the vision which we are all agreed about. And the mission, of course, to lead the Paralympic movement in Asia, deliver successful and sustainable Asian Para Games, and support the MPCs to enable para athletes to achieve sporting excellence from grassroots to elite level. That was our aim, our goals together when we set our mission. Of course, our values coming up from the IPC values as well, and the movement values around the world. Determination, inspiration, equality, and courage. We have developed the following values which are specific for our region's need: diversity, solidarity, sustainability. Next, Tarek. So these values shows a lot beyond these words. Yes, we do have to create some of these programs of the solidarity, of the sustainability of our event and games. The youth games, the Asian Para Games, other events like John Minley, and by the way, thanks John for your great words, and you will be with us, of course, although that you are now stepped down from being a chairperson of athletes. Yes, around the athletes we have a sustainable forum or other events which gave him the positive energy and power to achieve. So our journey, if we go through our journey as you see it in front of you, the strategy facilitated workshops took place from the beginning, and the SWOT analysis, and that took a lot of time, and it was a challenge for all of us, with Engineer Hatem, with his team, Tariq, Ala, Anadi, and Sean, and the rest of the team. I don't want to forget anyone. They worked very, very hard in this analysis, because it's a huge continents, it's a diversities, different cultures, different between MPCs to other countries to others. So it wasn't easy to get all the details or all the data which you are going to build your strategic plan according to it easily. Then we had the mission and vision workshop, and it was also fruitful meetings when we created our mission and vision, which came up from all of you. Then we launched also the IPC Strategic Plan 2019-2022. Of course, we are alignment with the IPC Strategic Plan, and it was also a fruitful one for us, also guiding us also when we are creating our strategic plan. So we're finalizing the strategic plan with board of directors, and then we launch it in our strategic plan 2019-2022 with these all great outcomes and hard working from everyone. That's why we were satisfied about that strategic plans which came from all of us, and hitting and targeting the goals that we are all looking for. And here in this next slide you will see the pillars which we came up with the team, and to make it as the strategic goals, because when we have a strategic goals we want to achieve, it should be also many programs, initiatives to achieve these goals. The KPI, we built it into two areas, the percentage and the statistics. How many, how much, and what are the percentage? That was very important for all of us. But remember one thing, when we created this, we were very carefully in the board, the executive board with the strategic team. We don't want to put any numbers. without studying and being satisfied with that. For example, if we do have 50 coaches in Bahrain, just an example. So my goal will be in 4 years to get them to 100 coaches. So you should have where you are standing now, and then create according to your resources and capacity where you want to be after 4 years. And this is your KPI with the program, with the initiatives that you will create long in 4 years. You should achieve this number. If there is any challenge, of course, there is an evaluation station in the middle of your strategic plan. You will change, like the pandemic and COVID changed a lot of our strategic plan, initiatives, programs, KPI, and we will come up with these later on. So, where you are and where you want to go. If you have 50 coaches in Bahrain, and in 4 years you said, I want to go to 30. No, you already have 50. So you need to climb, you need to go up to 70, to 100. And that was very important, which we took a lot of time to get the real statistics, data and numbers from all over Asia, MPCs with our sub-regions efforts as well representative, and we got most of the data that we want. So increase the number of audience during the games. We are talking about the stakeholders now. Increase the number of, I don't...
Sorry, maybe I will take over here. This is a bit small font on the small screen, so I will try.
I think you're testing my class. Anyway, it's fine. Yes.
It's okay.
International experts in the region through the games. What do we mean by this? Just a quick one. We do have a lot of opportunities, games and events happening in Asia. So that's the platform. This is the area where we want to qualify and increase the number of our experts. We use the games and other events as well. Greater gender parity across the region and more activities from Asia competing at the Paralympic Games. As we see now, we have a sustainable youth para games and Asian games, and both of them will help us to motivate and encourage more athletes to come to the movements, more athletes to move from participating to the elite to the podiums. So that's one of the things we work and we success to achieve. Increased number of qualified athletes, coaches, technical officials, classifiers, and MPCs staff in the region. And this is what we all looking forward. None of you, when we have one-to-one meeting or any virtual meetings, went out from this box. We want to increase. Yes, we want to qualify more athletes, more coaches, more classifiers, more referees, more international officials in our regions. And we are doing very well using these events and these games to increase these numbers. And we do have the statistics showing the increase of all these numbers. Recognition of the role of Paralympic movement and its social impact and inclusion in Asia. And this is one of the best things that we are leaving after having a games in a city or an event in any of our countries and NPCs. We do leave this impact within the communities, the people awareness. We increase the awareness. We get them to know and to understand who are those people, the real meaning of people of determination or disabled sports. So in this impact, many things will increase within the communities. You will have new sponsors, partners, the media coverage will increase, your stories to everyone around in your country or outside, and that will leave a real positive impact within the community in Asia. Developing close relation with a number of a key strategic partner, OCA, IFs, and sponsors. And this is also one of our goals when we work together or we set it together, the importance of cooperation and working together with different organizations around the world, not just in Asia, including, of course, in Asia, the Olympic Council, Asian Olympic Council, which we have a good relation until now. Communication is going on for the next games in the future as well, with IFs, our partners, with which we are always develop our ideas, exchanging our ideas to develop the sports and giving more opportunities for both to work. For the sponsors, of course, which they are supporting our games, we should, and I think we success in a way or other to create an environment attracting the sponsors to come and join the Paralympic movement in Asia. So if we are talking now about internal process, enhance the positive impact of the Paralympic movement in Asia. So we are talking about engage with APC members, stakeholders, broadcast potential sponsors and governments to activate audience in the games. As we saw in Hangzhou was the model or the example, I think, which we will send it and all over the world. How did the games and the governments with Asian Paralympic Committee created all the opportunities or awareness packages for the audience and spectators, sponsors, media to come and join and enjoy, of course, the games. Implement a regional engagement strategy that communicates the values of the APC and Asian Para Games brands and showcase activities within the Paralympic movement. Improve the standards of the Asian Para Games and leave a legacy. That was also one of the important things we had a fruitful discussion on. By increasing the level of the games, I'm not talking only about the competition and the level of competition on which is the sanctions or qualifying competition for Paralympic Games or other. That was important, yes. But the level of the games overall was very important for us to work very hard with the host city, with our stakeholders and partners to improve and to increase the level of the professionality of delivering these games. These will help a lot in changing many ideas about the sport, our sport within Asia, within our communities. Will attract more sponsors, more athletes, more partners, more people to come and join the games, and will leave a legacy in the city hosting these games or youth games. As we see in Jakarta was an example, and shown in Korea, Guangzhou in 2010, now the best ever Hangzhou. There is a legacy within the community. There is an infrastructure change, an environment to be friendly for everyone, accessible for everyone. Not just the infrastructure and building, it's about the people, understanding the real meaning of equal opportunities within their city in terms of education, health programs, and social activities, environment accessibilities, and other things. So the legacy after the games means a lot for our movement. Drive a cultural shift through parasport for an inclusive Asia. Yes, we do use the sport as a tool for us to prove many things. Prove that we are able to serve our countries. We are strong enough to build the countries with you. We are able to raise our country's flag in a major events. We are able and able and able. So this cultural or awareness of our communities will be enhanced and develops and be much better when we use it, we use the sports towards achieving it. So inclusive Asia is our target. There will be no barriers, no obstacles in our countries in Asia in front of the people. I'm not talking here about people with disabilities only. I'm talking about everyone within the community. It should be an equal environments and equal opportunities and equal rights to everyone. If we can use the sport to do that, we will, and we are doing that. So to strengthen APC and Asian Para Games brands, of course, if you want to develop something or you want to increase and raise the bar or the level to the top, you need to enhance and develop your brands in your movements, and of course to develop a strong brand for APC that reflects and support the vision and mission. We do have a vision, we do have a mission, so the brand always will reflect all these things, and it's gonna be there everywhere. Increase APC brand presence in all communications and raise awareness of the APC and the Asian Para Games across the region and globally. And this we will come when we are talking about the other tools that we are using as the media and the new media, which is the social media with all different platforms. How did we increase and develop in our communicating with people using these social media and other media as well, and what was the impact and the positive outcomes from these stories and from these news that we publish it through different type of media. So enables faster networking, facilitation, collaboration among APC members, advance organizational maturity of capacity of APC members to better support the development of the APC vision and mission. As we discussed and agreed, no one will be left behind. That's very important to understand it together. Together we are stronger. No one will be left behind. There will be a lot of information, there will be a lot of things will be transferred to the MPCs. There will be a lot of initiatives and programs with the MPCs closely, either physically or through the virtual platforms, to enhance and develop the MPCs' capacity and knowledge of achieving and working with the athletes in their countries. So as you see here in the map, there were 7 outcomes in our 5 pillars, 18 objectives, 36 strategic KPIs, and 16 initiatives. We will go through it now. As you see here, our initiatives, the 16 initiatives, the VIP invitation plan, we do want them around also with us, involving and engage the full engagement of for them with our games. Hangzhou 2022 Asian Para Games Sport Program and the success and what we witness, most of you who were there in Hangzhou. Bahrain 2021 Asian Youth Para Games Sports. This is one of the initiatives we worked very hard with Bahrain, of course, to achieve it. Regional engagement program, managing digital media for brand visibility, and this is, I believe that you saw the change in our digital media reach through the different platforms. The Paralympic Day, which we have, I believe now around 11 Paralympic Day around Asia. I'm not sure about the number, we will see it later on. But the Paralympic Day is an event will refresh all the elements around within your country. It was an idea. We had a package now, a full information and details for those who wanted to start a Paralympic Day, to do a wake-up call and yearly to do a refresh, engaging the government, the families, sponsor, media, and of course the athletes, in a day which everyone will participate and will leave an impact until the next year you do the refreshment again. Cooperation between APC and OCA, as I told you, it is getting into a very good level now, and I hope that in the near future we will be having some kind of agreement or MOU to be signed between both of us. Asian Para Games manuals and guidelines. It is very important also to get everything together in different ways that you can reach it. Either it is a soft copy, hard copy, through our network. These valuable information in these manuals and guidelines, of course, it's a hard working from the teams, and it will help many of MPCs to do their program. Educational and knowledge transfer APC Academy. That's what I'm talking when we said we want to qualify more officials, classifiers, referees, coaches, and administrator volunteers, also to enhance and develop the MPCs in different areas to work through APC Academy. APC Ambassador Program is another initiative that we created to achieve our goals. And in these programs, we are focusing on our athletes to be an ambassador for the movement for Asia, spreading the great values of the movements everywhere. Pilot education program, solidarity program, no one will be left behind. Through the solidarity program, we are trying our best to support each other to get as much as we can in the events, either it is games or this kind of events. The APC digital platform is one of the most, or the latest initiatives will achieve our main goal of being all over with everyone very fast and through the digital media platform. Policy developments and accreditation certificates, of course, this which we need always to update it according to the change of our sports, the rules and the policies within these general assemblies or other networks. We are discussing always if there is any chance of enhancing or updating our policies for the good of our movement. APC Workforce Developing Program and APC Sustainable Fund Program. All these initiatives, if you remember the first slides, will achieve or will lead us to achieve our goals, the main goals. So our priorities now, let's talk about our priorities according to the circumstances and the situation and the level that we are all agreed about. To enhance the positive impact of the Paralympic movement in Asia. This picture with Prince of Bhutan and the former president of Korean Paralympic Committee. We were in Bhutan in the first Paralympic Day when they create the Paralympic Day in Bhutan for the first time, and I was impressed and very proud about the engagement of everyone within the community at that day, and I felt that it has a great impact in the country of Bhutan. It's a beautiful country. In this competition, shooting competition, I was the winner, by the way. I just wanted to give you the result, yeah? So, I saw that the movement, the Paralympic movement messages went through smooth to the community in Bhutan and to the others, of course. So we wanted to enhance this positive impact of the Paralympic movement in Asia by implement a regional engagement strategy that communicates the values of the APC and Asian Para Games brand and showcase activities within the Paralympic movement and engage with APC membership and stakeholders. We are talking about broadcast potential, sponsors, and governments to activate audience in the games. The next, now we will see some kind of statistics. Number of Paralympic days, yes, it is 11, increased by 25% of the total number of MPCs. 11 countries celebrate or have celebrate Paralympic Day, although not all do this annually, but at least we do have 11 Paralympic days. Of course, one of the challenges in this was the COVID of getting everyone together, and it was hard for everyone to make the Paralympic Day. The number of tours and meeting with governments conducted by APC presidents in the sub-regions. We had a lot of fruitful visits to many MPCs in many cities and villages, either physical or through the platform. For me and for, I think, Tarek, it helps a lot to improve our communications and to understand in the ground the reality of the challenges and how can we create a solution for these. The second priority is to improve the standard of the Asian Para Games and leave a legacy. That's what we talked about in the previous slides, to ensure the sport program is in the highest level of competition in Asia and provides athletes with the best experience in their sport career. The right classification from the beginning, a strong competition with strong officials, qualification. Most of them will be qualifying you to the next Paralympic Games. If not, the record will be for the others there, but we want it to be in the highest level. So you do understand where you are now and where do you want to reach to enhance, and the collaboration mechanism, working process, and coordination structure to effectively guide and support Asian Para Games organizer. Develop close relation with OCA to increase games visibility and brand awareness, further cooperation and effectiveness, operational delivery and knowledge transfer, and to encourage the MPCs to engage youth athletes actively in the para sports event and the Paralympic movement. And this is very important that you need to work with us to increase the number and motivate more athletes, because this is your future. Through our Youth Para Games, we will have a platform. We will create a platform, an Asian Youth Para Games, but we need you to get those athletes, the young athletes, and make some programs for them, and some initiatives will encourage them. By giving this our message, our stories about our games, you should use it to encourage and motivate young athletes. In Hangzhou, record-breaking 21 world records, 72 Asian records, 283 Asian Para Games record. Total target 8 sports. We had the target for 8 sports and 10 sports out of 19 Paralympic sport in the program, sanctioned as qualifier for the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. The rest of them, the 12 sports, are also sanctioned by respective IF, and the record or the result will be recognized and can be used as a qualifier for the championships and Paris 2024 Paralympic Games qualifier. And when we talk about that, we said we work very hard to make our competition strong, qualifying, but if it is not, the record will be there for other championships. 90% of the medal events in our Asian Para Games will be in line with the Paralympic Games. And that was the very important for the technical teams with the APC headquarters. When we are creating this kind of competitions, we don't want to create it away from the Paralympic Games program. So 90% of these programs in Asian Para Games in Hangzhou will be there in Paris. So total number of 507 of medal events, 90% of it will be there in Paris. So I created the best competition for you, and you will be going from here to Paris. To secure a host city for 2026 Asian Para Games, Aichi Nagoya in 2026, with the great efforts from our friends in Japan, and of course the gentleman is sitting here, the Vice President of Asian Paralympic Committee, Mizono. I want to give him a big hand for what he achieved for us. And of course, Asu Manabo with the Asian Nagoya Organizing Committee and the City of Asian Nagoya, we success to sign the agreement. When we talked about establish Asian Paralympic Games manuals and guidance is agreed and required in the functional areas, we targeted 9 manuals and guidelines. We achieved 5 so far until now, and they are still team are still working. Delayed approvals from the IP owners, a modification of the content according to the needs of our games. So a female participation in between 2008 and 2022, we can see that 34% female was there in 2018 Jakarta Games in Indonesia, and it raised to 37% in Hangzhou 2022, which shows that there is a lot of work behind that, and the work is still going. Let's talk about Dubai 2017 Asian Youth Para Games to Bahrain 2021 Asian Youth Para Games. 700 athletes were in Dubai, while 750 athletes in Bahrain. The countries are the same, 30, but the sports increase in Bahrain from 7 sports to 9 sports. 2021 was pandemic year with several countries still under lockdown and having 30 nations. It's not the same as in Dubai 2017. 30 nations in 2021 during the pandemic is, I believe it's 45 of the countries from Asia. Now the next city hosting the Asian Youth Para Games will be Tashkent, with our great efforts from Mukhtar Khan from Uzbekistan. Also, I want to greet him. The government of Tashkent we have visited, and everyone are ready and looking forward for this next games. So increase the number of the athletes council to 75% of the NPCs by 2023. That means we have an athletes participation for athletes forum 2020. 80 athletes from 27 NPCs were identified as their athletes representative, and it's considered as acting athletes council. This less than target number, 75%, we achieved 61, but it is good number as initiative and need to be followed up. During the pandemic, we didn't stop. The athletes forum came as an idea from Jong Min Lee with his team, and immediately with Korean Paralympic Committee, our great partner in the movement, we started the athletes forum with this great number of participants on the virtual platform. That was the numbers in front of you, and we are talking about the education and knowledge transfer in our movements. We are talking about APC Academy. In 2021 we achieved 14, and in 2021 we reached to 16. The total webinars conducted is 30 until now. Number of registration is 1,483. Asian countries attendees is 1,374. Men attendees is 960. Women attendees 414. Asian countries participation 38. Non-Asian country participation, which they are most welcome also in our webinars, are 16. So establish one center of excellence in each sub-regions is our goal. We do success with the start of this project. Our target is 5 excellence center or center of excellence in our 5 sub-region in our continents. It's a huge continent. It's like a spaceship. We need the engine, 5 engine to depart. So these center of excellence in different sub-regions is a must, and we should work very hard. We achieved so far 2 until now, an MOU signed with Hangzhou Goalball Center of Excellence, and that was one of the fruitful outcome of that games on 27th of October. And Incheon Training Center, we signed an MOU on 24th of November 2019, and our partner in Korean Paralympic Committee opened their heart and their arms to cooperate and do more for the movement. There are potential facilities identified to be certified as APC Center of Excellence across the sub-regions. I mean that there will be an MOU to be signed shortly. Priority number 3, drive a cultural shift through parasports for an inclusive Asia. Cultivate a generation of Paralympians and para-athletes who act as ambassadors of Asian for the Paralympic movement in the region. And we talked about those ambassadors and their great role in spreading our movement's values around the world. Involve future generation through education in the history and values of the Paralympic movement. That's very important. You don't leave your history, your values. You should transfer it to the next generation. They should understand. They should believe on this movement, so the next generation will take the flag and continue the achievements and the pathway. Engage stakeholders and audience to help change the narrative and the levels of awareness towards people with impairments. So if I success to have partners in different areas within my countries, so I'm looking forward for some initiatives from them to change, not just to be aware about people with disabilities, but to change the policies and the rules and the environment to be accessible and friendly to everyone. To develop APC Ambassadors Program with the sub-regional ambassadors in the year, a number of athletes videos in 2021 was 15, in 2022 16, and until now we have 12. Getting individual athletes to promote milestones, celebrating Asia athletes' performances through virtual Asian Awards with acceptance videos, publishing long form from athletes features interviews that were sent out as press release, and also on our website posts Jakarta and ahead of Tokyo. So these messages, videos from our athletes in different platforms will develop the APC Ambassador programs when it comes to achieving that goals.
If you allow me, Mr. President, here, and my apologies, ladies and gentlemen, when you hear those who are familiar with the social media and viewing the videos and posts and stories every day on the social media platforms, when you hear in less than 1 month, millions of viewers on any story or post, that probably brings to your mind Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi. We are talking here about the young Sheetal Devi, 16 years old, and she had today 27 million viewers from her final where she got the gold medal in Hangzhou last month. 27 million viewers, the highest ever number of viewers in any social media in sport. Even World Archery, who are the global umbrella of the archery, they didn't reach that number of viewers. This little girl here is very inspiring, and she's creating the buzz and the trend through her video from Hangzhou last month.
Thank you. So, now go back to the picture, Tariq. Yes. These great athletes didn't only inspire the millions, which Tariq mentioned. She also inspired Tariq and get his voice back. Okay, next. Yes, we are proud about those models and stories. So increase the profile of Asian Awards, which celebrate the achievement of Asian Paralympics. So in 2019 awards, entries were 34, in 2021, 40, target in 2023 award entries, 50. We received in this year 51. So we targeted 50 and we received one additional on our target. And this is very important, as you will witness today, is the award will start a new era, a new brand. You will see something different than what you saw before. Asian Award will be something branded and will be developed in a level that our players, our officials, our winners deserve it. Strength APC and Asian Para Games brands, as I mentioned, to develop a strong brand for APC that reflect and support the vision and mission, and increase the APC brand in all communication and raise awareness of the APC and Asian Para Games. And all the teams are working on this by getting our brands and our logos and our values everywhere. As you see here in the social media, the new media, the generation focused on the new media, Snapchat, Twitter, Instagram, many of things, Facebook and others. So yes, the team also realized the importance and the challenge of being with them at the same, so nothing will lift behind from our stories, from our games. As you see here, the increasing of the number or statistics in the different platforms. In the Facebook, for example, the most social media platforms engaging with people, the followers were 500 from the beginning, and now we reached to 5,300. On Instagram, from 550 to 5,800, and Twitter from 300 followers to 5,800. Many other statistics in front of you. The website page status from 2018, that's just an examples we are sharing with you now, from 30 to 65 now in 2023. The visitors for our websites increased to 14,767 in our registration portal, data collection forms, and secure data documents sharing setup. Accessibility menu added to APC website in 2023. The new stories published is 383 on our website. The priority number 5, to develop excellence in our organization, operation, and governance. So we are looking to enhance also our work to make it more professional and strong organization. The advanced organizational maturity and capacity of APC members to better support the delivery of APC's vision and mission. If you want to deliver your vision, mission, targets, goals, you need to be strong and very well qualified for this mission. That's what we are doing and working very hard in the headquarters. Implement good governance and effective management in a transparent manner. Identify and implement the standards and the best practice, and improve the capacity of the workforce encourage the communication with members and stakeholders through effectively tools and technologies, and to secure funds and ensure sustainable resources are available to support all the level of operations and activities. We do believe strong organization, sustainable resources, a strong stakeholders and partners are the way to achieve your goal. The solidarity programs, as we mentioned, we are trying our best through our partners and stakeholders and our resources to have a very ambitious solidarity programs to get the chance to everyone to be involved in our events, not only the games, but other events as well. From 2019, 18 MPCs got the solidarity program in total of $57,240 US dollars. In 2021, of course, the pandemic didn't make us to invest more in the solidarity. From 2021, the numbers started to increase again, but the biggest value or the biggest achievement for our solidarity program was in 2023 Hangzhou Para Games, which 25 MPCs got the solidarity program with $793,575 US dollars. Now the outcomes, as we mentioned, it's here in these slides. More than 3,000 athletes we do have women, and that means 37% increase of women participating in our games. 464 female, over 1,700 international technical officials, and over 200 international classifiers. In the platform of the social media, we said plus or over 41,300 followers and likes or expression, whatever they call it in this platform. Over 1,700 the increase the number of international experts and region through the games. Through our games in our strategic plan, yes, we do have those experts. We do have over 1,700 during the strategic plan from 2019 to 2023. Next, Tariq.
Yeah, this concludes the presentation, actually, and probably an important information here, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, and my apologies again. In Hangzhou 2022, and we have been working on this for many years, to enable the regional capacity and expertise, and we are very proud that 80% of the international technical officials who officiated in the Asian Para Games in Hangzhou last month were from Asia. And they are all appointed and qualified by the international federations. Around 50% of the international classifiers also were from Asia. We are not yet up to 100%, but this is a great step forward for our regional know-how and expertise, and this is something we are very proud of, and we try to build and improve for the coming games. Thank you.
Thank you, Tariq. What Tariq mentioned here, in Jakarta also, we do have a number of officials from Asia, but it wasn't the number that we are looking for. So the team worked very hard to reach to this level. As Mr. Tariq now mentioned, 80% is from Asia, and we are very proud that we do have a qualified officials and ITOs from Asia. The number will reach to 100% soon in the future. These are the strategic plan review and where did we start and where we are now. And I would like to encourage you during these 2 days in the conference to share and to contribute with your thought, with your opinion, with your suggestion for us to develop our strategic plans. It should come from us. We will do together our best in the board members or the General Assembly, MPCs, with our partners to achieve our targets. Sometimes we face some challenges, but there is always hope. Our sport is about challenge. Our life as a disabled people is about challenge. So we have to live with challenge every day. Together we are stronger. On behalf of you, I would like to thank Tariq Al-Swai, Engineer Hatem, the team behind this strategic planned work in the last years. We are very sorry, Tariq, today that you have this challenge, but it is a challenge as well. I was not prepared in going into details, but I hope that I did well, because I do believe of this strategic plan on most of the details. It is in my blood as it is in yours. This is what we want to achieve. So thank you for being patient and listening to us. Thank you very much. مشكور يا طارق.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to Tariq as well. We have a coffee break now, and because we're overrunning slightly, and because the next presentation by Sean and Leslie have assured me they're going to do theirs in 40 minutes, can we return, please, by 11:45, please? So you have a half-hour coffee break. Please be back in here on time to start again at 11:45. Coffee's just outside. Thank you. Hello everyone, if I could ask you to take your seats please, we're ready to start the next session. Thank you. During the coffee break, I know that some of you stepped outside and enjoyed some warm sunshine, and so coming back into this dark, slightly chilly room is probably quite a challenge. We have asked for the air conditioning to be turned down a little so it's less fierce. So hopefully the temperature will improve for us all. Thank you very much for all your attention in this morning's session. Next, we will have a review of the activity and development within our region, and it's going to be presented by the chair of our Games and Sport Development Committee, Ms. Leslie Fung, who is going to be supported by the APC Sport Manager, Sean Lee. Please welcome them to the stage in the traditional manner.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to share with you today a review on the activity and development in the Asia region. So in this presentation, we will be sharing with you the following areas. First of all, I will talk about Asian athletes' participation in the international arena with reference to the last 3 Summer and Winter Paralympic Games, respectively. Also, some key statistics of the past 4 Asian Para Games. And then Sean will share with you the challenges and opportunities ahead. So let's begin by looking at our athletes' participation in the last 3 Summer Paralympic Games, namely London 2012, Rio 2016, and Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. First of all, participation by number of NPCs. From the chart, you will see the numbers of NPCs participated in the past 3 Summer Paralympic Games are more or less the same, occupying 23-24% of the total number of NPCs. Regional-wise, we found that the participation rate has dropped from 95% to 84%. But when we look at the number of athletes participated in the games, see, it's actually increasing from about 850 in London 2012 to over 1,030 in Tokyo 2020. Now we see a lower number of NPCs, but a higher number of athletes. Reflects that some NPCs were able to get their athletes qualified to the Paralympic Games. While it is good that we have more athletes made it to the Paralympic Games, but at the same time, we would like to see more NPCs from our region will participate in the Games so as to raise the region's representation in the Games. Next, we are going to see how our athletes perform in the 3 Paralympic Games, Summer Paralympic Games. In terms of performance, athletes from our region have been progressing well. Asian athletes captured about 22% to 26% of the total number of medals awarded in the 3 games. Among the Asian NPCs, the number of NPCs capturing at least 1 medal has increased from 38% in London 2012 to over 60% in Rio 2016 and Tokyo 2020, respectively. And now for the Winter Paralympics. Let's have a review of the participation in the last 3 Winter Paralympic Games, namely Sochi 2014, Pyeongchang 2018, and Beijing 2022. Again, participation by NPC, by number of NPCs. Comparing to the Summer Paralympic Games, the overall number of NPCs participated in the Winter Paralympics is much lower. As far as Asian NPCs are concerned, the participation is around 13% to 18%. And regional-wise, the participation rate is from 14% to 21%. So the number of athletes, from the chart, you can also see that the number of athletes has a significant growth within the 8 years since Sochi 2014, from 12% to Beijing 2022, 29%. With the growing number of athletes participating in the Winter Paralympics, let's have a look at what they have achieved. It is delighted to note that Asian athletes have gained much improvement in the Winter Paralympics. Asian athletes captured from 3% to 28% of the total number of medals awarded from the Sochi 2014 to Beijing 2022 Games. Among the Asian NPCs, the number of NPCs capturing at least one medal has increased from 14% in Sochi to 44% in Pyeongchang 2018 and 50% in Beijing 2022, respectively. Now, and in the last Winter Paralympics in Beijing, it is for the first time that two Asian NPCs, China and Japan, ranked in the top 10 in the medal table, and with China topped in the list, ranked number 1. That's very good results. So that's all for the past 3 Summer and Winter Paralympics. And now, we'll look back and get back to our own region to see how our athletes have performed in our very own Asian Para Games. Again, NPC participation. The Asian Para Games is the second largest major multi-sports Para Games in the world after the Paralympic Games, and the participation rate continues to be high. On average, the participation rate is 98%, thanks to the active participation of all NPC's members. Without your support, the Games will not be successful. So actually, you have to give a round of applause to yourself. So in terms of number of athletes, the number of athletes participated in the past 4 games has increased year by year. In particular, we want to look at the participation of female athletes. Actually, increasing female athletes' participation has been one of the goals of promotion in the Paralympic movement. It is encouraging to see that there is a continual growth in the number of female athlete participation in our games, from around 600 in the Guangzhou 2010 Games to over 1,100 athletes in the latest Hangzhou Games. Is almost a double growth in the 12-year period. But that said, although the ratio between male and female athletes has been narrowed, there is still a higher proportion of male athletes' participation in the games. So we need to keep our hard work. We have to keep fighting and encourage more women to participate in sport, in para sports. So in terms of sports and events, as far as sports and events is concerned, is featured in the 4 games. The number of events ranged from 19 to 23. Our focus is to have the sports to be Paralympic sport. As mentioned by our president, Mr. Bajit, it is our goal that the events will become qualifiers for the upcoming Paralympic Games, so that we can create the Asian Para Games as a pathway for athletes to the Paralympic Games. Finally, we'll look at the medal distribution of the 4 Asian Para Games. It is worth to note that competition within the region is intense. As you can see from the data, on average, over 75% of the NPCs were able to capture a medal at the Games. In the Hangzhou Games, we also see that many NPCs are improving, be they a bigger or a smaller delegation. For example, Iran, India, Jordan, the Philippines have improved their rankings in the medal table, and Yemen, Nepal, and Kyrgyzstan stepped onto the podium for the first time. So all these are good indications of development. And from all the above data shown, Asian athletes possess the abilities to achieve sporting excellence in high-level competition. But the question is, how do we grow and sustain our athletes' competitiveness collectively as a region? It's a very important question. So next, I will have Sean to share with you the challenges, development, and opportunities ahead in the journey of our Paralympic movement. Thank you. Sean, please.
Hello, can you hear my voice clearly and loudly enough? Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's good to meet you again here in beautiful city of Riyadh after the Hangzhou Asian Para Games. Continuing our talk, I will briefly introduce and review the activities and games in our region. Let me start with the classification. So I believe that everyone here agree with this statement shown in the slide, that yes, A classification is the cornerstone of the Paralympic movement and also meant to be designed as a system to ensure fair and meaningful competition for all athletes in this movement. So no one can imagine para-athlete competing without classification and also sports class. Therefore, this is one of the most important elements in Paralympic movement, and it's also very critical that we need to understand correctly and also very familiar with this system. So let us quickly go through the process of classification together. I know, although all you know this process very well. So once your athlete is entered in the movement for the first time, they are labeled as new. To proceed with this process, athlete must submit their medical documentation and also other supporting documents. According to the sports, the athlete intends to compete to prove themselves they have minimum and also eligible impairment. Then if all papers submitted correctly, then athlete can move forward sports class allocation and evaluation session, then get the classification by an international classifier. Then they will assess, the classifier, your athlete body function and impairment to understand how their impairment affect their mobility. If the athlete do not meet the classification code and also eligibility criteria in the test, they will not be eligible to compete. Otherwise, a sports class will be allocated in which the athletes are allowed to compete. So this is an implementation for the international parasports competition, and the same applies to our game, Asian Para Game, and also Asian Youth Para Game. So you're probably aware that the current IPC athlete classification code, which is published in 2015, is now being reviewed by IPC. For that, January 2021, the IPC formed the code review team to review the current code. And they had consultation and discussion to collect the feedback and also questions from all relevant stakeholders to come up with a new code. So according to the timeline, it is scheduled to release a new code in 2024, next year. And the code for the summer sports is planned to come into effect from January 2025 and also July 2026 for winter sports. This means that it's likely to affect our future game from the Tashkent 2025 AYPG. So although it would not be dramatically changed from the current code, but the concerning international federation shall review their own classification system to comply with the new code, and they should reflect that new code into their system. So all report and documents are available on the IPSC website and encourage you to learn more about the result of the review and the report, and keep your eyes on it because the change will affect our game and also other competition from 2025. So when it comes to classification implementation at the Asian Para Games, the number of athletes required the classification at the games, as you can see, have been decreased. I believe that is a good result that the NPC and an athlete are actively taking part in the competition and also get classified beforehand. So this is, again, the healthy progress, I can tell you. For the Hangzhou Games, that we had 588 athletes to be classified at the games, and out of 588, 268 athletes were new athletes. I think this is a good balance between the entry-level athlete and also top-level athlete in the games, which will fulfill our priority that our games play a role in providing the highest level of competition, and also they become the start point of their sports career internationally. So on the other hand, we shall pay attention to cases of non-eligible and classification not completed. We had 14 athletes after going through the classification at the games classified as non-eligible. Well, that decision was made for several reasons, but it's sad, so sad for them that they missed out the opportunity, competing opportunity for the game. And in the end, they had to go back home with nothing from the games. So as APC, what we will do, we will work together with you to avoid this case in our future games. So future games, as a display presented in the slide, in 2 years ahead, there will be the Asian Youth Para Games for our young athlete and the future of our movement in Tashkent, in Uzbekistan. And this is not confirmative that we are going to hold the Winter Asian Para Game in Harbin 2025, but we have been working very hard to launch the first edition of Asian Para Games at any time whenever we secure a host city. As you may be aware, this year, the city of Harbin, that they was selected as the host of 2025 Winter Asian Games. And we see this as an opportunity to have our first edition of Winter Asian Para Game. So we are trying to do our best to communicate with different parties in China to make this happen together with Asian Games back-to-back in the same city. So next game will be the Nagoya Asian Para Game in 2026 in Japan. So I will give you a brief overview of each games. I will start with the Tashkent AYPG. As you can see, the sports will be 13. Compared to the last one, we will have 4 more sports and will be featured in 5 days. The dates of the games are not confirmed yet, and this is the first time that the multi-sports game to be held in the Central Asia region, and this is also first time Asian Youth Games and the Asian Youth Par Game taking place back-to-back in the same city. Again, this is not a guarantee, but this is where we are heading forward and moving forward. And again, we are working on it to make this happen. So we will keep you posted with any progress made. And for that, many of you still doubt that whether we could have Winter Asian Par Game in near future, because also the chairperson of our athlete committee, Mr. Jung Min Lee, also touched upon that. It's true that we have less number of countries and the athlete practicing regularly the winter sports in our region. But you may change your mind that this, after you see these surveys, which was conducted in 2021, that survey was conducted by APC to know the interest of the members countries in participating in winter games. So from these surveys, I learned that we might expect around 300 athletes in the games across 6 sports. Even some NPCs propose 1 more sport to be added. Although this is an express of interest, but I see these figures and it's meaningful, and that convinced us to work harder to make this happen in the near future. And also, I believe that we have missed some NPC in these surveys, those who are interested but could not submit their express at the time. So moving on to the Aichi Nagoya Games, that I don't have much information at this moment to share with you. But as announced, the host city contract was signed between APC and Aichi Nagoya cities. And 18 sports will be featured, that confirmed, in October 2026. So for Aichi Nagoya Games, that I will also keep you updated with any progress sooner or later. So international technical officials classifier in our region. So having sufficient technical experts like ITOs and classifier from our region is always our priority. And also, for sure, this is an asset for us. The benefit of developing and promoting technical expertise in our region would be, firstly, when organizing an international competition, the organizer will be able to save some costs for inviting them to the games, from a single sports competition to a multi-sports competition. And also that would increase the opportunity for the countries to organize more international competition in their countries. That would lead to increasing chance for their own athletes better achievement and also get classified effectively. It would be also our proud that technical expert playing an important role in the movement, not only in the Asian region, but also globally. So let us take a closer look at the Hangzhou game. For instance, also Mr. CEO, Mr. Tarek, highlight that we achieved 8% of ITOs are from our region officiate the game across 22 sports. And 48, nearly 50% of international classifiers from our region as well were appointed for the games. And this ratio has been improved, I can tell you, and our goal ultimately is to have all of them from our region as long as it's not conflict It's not against a conflict of interest. And this is the statistics we achieved from Hangzhou Asian Park Games. As you can see, two lines in the slide, that if the lines are close to each other, meaning that it's in a good position, that we have sufficient number of ITOs and classifier pool. And otherwise, if two line has a long distance, that means that's where we need to improve in the future for our region and for our future games. For example, para-athletics and para-swimming and wheelchair fencing, they have related low numbers than other sports, in particular the below 40%. So this is the point and the sports that we need to work harder and more for the future games. So APC Center of Excellencies, that we have certified a sports facility within our region. This aim of APC Center of Excellency is to certify sports facilities in our region, to be comprehensive sports training, and also competition center for development of parasports in our region. So meaning get certified sports facility as the APC Center of Excellency. It's recognized that this center has the capacity to host training camps for various sports and national and sub-regional level, even the international level of competition, while meeting the accessibility requirements and promoting the development of parasports in our region. And last October, during the Hangzhou Asian Park Games, the China Global Training Base has been certified as the APC Center of Excellency. And you remember that this venue was used for the game's global competition venue. And my apology that I missed Korea Icheon Training Center in my slide. But as Mr. President explained, that we, as of now, have two APC Center of Excellency. So of course, for now we have two APC Center of Excellency, but our target is to have at least one center in sub-region, even more than that one in near future. So if you have any interest, don't hesitate to contact us. And the first ever APC Athlete Forum was also conducted, as Mr. Jung-min Lee explained, that virtually in the global pandemic times. This forum was meant to become another communication channel for athletes and to exchange their views, and for APC to ensure that the athlete voice is heard. A wide range of topics were covered for 2 days, including but not limited to sports technical knowledge and mental health management, and also career management in the sports and also after retirement. Nearly 80 athletes and 26 coaches and 51 NPC delegates and 26 management staff were participated from 27 NPCs. And now we are looking forward to the second APC Athlete Forum. So again, let me know if you have any interest in hosting this event in your cities. And during the pandemic period, we also organized the webinar series from August 2020 till April 2021. Total 30 sessions were held lively in cooperation with International Sports Federation and also our academic institutional partners. So almost 1,500 participants were there and interact with us and learn the lessons learned and get the information. And the main goal of the webinar was firstly to be in line with our strategic plan, improve the standard of the Asian Park Game and leave legacy. and provide an opportunity to get you involved in the activities and stay more active in the time of pandemic. Because it was very limited period of time that we have any sports events and an activity at the time. And also for your information, the recordings of 30 sessions are still available on APC website channel. So feel free, go there and watch and learn the lessons from the webinar series. So this is not last but not least. I like to share with you that APC now are moving forward to create an educational platform for our coach, athletes, and technical officers and classifiers, and MPC administrator, and also our games organizers. We had a similar format before, as explained that we could consider APC webinar series and any other activity related to educational purpose. But this time we are aiming to provide, create this running an educational platform to provide the most updated information and to contribute to the developing and promoting expertise and excellency in Paralympic movement in our region. So at this moment, it's a planning phase to develop the concept and program, the structures, and also identify our future strategic partner, for instance, the APC Center of Excellencies and universities in our region and in other continents, and also sports science institutions and international federations, and also government and non-government organization. So again, it's hard to say that when it is expected to launch and everyone can enjoy and benefit from having this APC Academy in place. But we can tell you we take this very seriously and we will try to make this happen sooner or later. And the necessity of this running hub for our region has been raised on a number of occasions, especially through the APC webinar series and also Hangzhou Asian Para Games. So to respond to this request and also demands and necessity that we are now on the track. So for the APC Academy, we will keep you updated with any progress, of course, and also look forward to your cooperation and collaboration. So if you have any interest in cooperating with us, running the APC Academy for our region, do not hesitate to contact our office and me to have further discussion. So this comes to the end of our presentation. So thank you very much and enjoy your time in the beautiful city of Riyadh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was really interesting. And I promise you, we're not trying to acclimatise you for a Winter Paralympic Games in this room. We have asked again about the air conditioning. We have a short pause now, unless anybody has any questions for Leslie and Sean. Does anybody have any questions? Please raise your hand if you do. I'm sure you can catch them over the next few days. Was that a hand I saw at the back? Was it? Yes, there is a hand right at the back. So I can't quite see you because the lights are dim, but if you'd like to address your question, Sean and Leslie, would you come back on stage, please? Thank you. Can you open his mic for me, please?
Testing? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Sean. Just a short one. For the APC Academy or the APC Center, who would the one be doing the assessment or the certification or the the checking whether it's visible or not, viable or not to do a center? Is it from APC or you will gather everybody from the world to do the assessment? Thank you.
My apology due to the howling in the room, so I barely understand your question. So if you don't mind, could you repeat?
You want me to repeat? Do you want me to repeat the question?
Yeah.
Do you want me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Okay. My question is for the assessment for the APC Academy or Center, the assessment of choosing the center to be one of the center would be done by APC itself or will be a bunch of experts coming from all over the world? Thank you.
Well, thank you for your question. There is a application process to be certified as APC Center of Excellency. Definitely, Hangzhou Global Training Center also went through that application process. So if you are interested and if you have any facilities intend to be certified as APC Center of Excellency, then you need to apply. And then we will guide you and advise you the process from the application process. That also the site visit and inspection will be required by APC teams.
Thank you.
Welcome. Any more questions from? Okay, I see one gentleman raise her hand. Yeah, please go ahead.
Excuse me, for the development of the sports, could you give a pattern so that it can be followed?
You mean the sports program for the future games?
Yes.
Yeah, we haven't announced the sports program yet, but I'm sure that the MPC will be notified with the sports program for Tashkent AYPG and also Aichi Nagoya APG soon after the conference and General Assembly. So just be more patient. You will be notified soon. Thank you for your question.
Thank you again to Leslie and Sean. As I mentioned, we are very honoured today that we have a special guest joining us to take part in a short official opening ceremony. So, ladies and gentlemen, please can I ask you, when he enters the room, to give a round of applause for His Highness Prince Fahad bin Jaloui Al Saud, who is the Vice President of the Saudi Olympic and Paralympic Committee. We're still waiting for him. But maybe those applause were a little bit premature. While we're waiting, I did have some questions about the presentations. The presentations will all be available to you in PDF format at the end of the conference and General Assembly. You'll be able to download them from the Asian Paralympic Committee website. So I hope that reassures you that you don't have to take frantic notes. The presentations will all be available for you at the end of the conference. Thank you for your patience. Please just talk amongst yourselves. I will make sure that I draw your attention once again when he's about to enter the room. Thank you. I've been informed he is in the building, so we just have a few more moments to wait. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you once more to welcome, to officially open the APC Conference and General Assembly, His Highness Prince Fahad bin Jaloui Al Saud, Vice President of the Saudi Olympic and Paralympic Committee. Here he is. Thank you. We will now start. And now there will be a recitation of a small passage from the Quran.
واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء فألف بين قلوبكم فأصبحتم بنعمته إخوانا وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار فأنقذكم منها كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون ولتكن منكم أمة يدعون إلى الخير ويأمرون بالمعروف وينهون عن المنكر وأولئك هم المفلحون.
Thank you. And now let's enjoy a short video about our host nation, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And now please can you welcome APC President Mr. Majid Rashid to say some words of welcome at this official ceremony.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Highness, Prince Fahd bin Joey Al Saud, Vice President of the Olympic and Paralympic Committee of Saudi Arabia. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to gather here for this official opening of the conference and General Assembly here in Riyadh. We have been made to feel very welcome, and it's clear that APC Saudi Arabia has worked very hard to make this event a huge success. It demonstrates the commitment that this country has to sport and to the Paralympic movement. Vision 2030 is an exciting project truly inclusive with over 8,000 athletes taking part in more than 15 Olympic and Paralympic sports. We are conducting very important business over the next 4 days, and you have provided us with the best setting for this. Coming shortly after the spectacular Hangzhou Asian Para Games, which raised the bar for the Asian Para Games, this conference. It's not working?
It's not great.
أعيد من أول. I said, do you want me to repeat it again? No. This conference, Your Highness, ladies and gentlemen, and General Assembly will also set a new standard. And it is important that we keep improving. In Hangzhou, we saw the improvement on and off the field of play, and we know that our region is improving performances at the Paralympic Games. We have heard about the progress we have made in the APC's strategic plan and how we are also benchmarking and measuring our performances. It's vital that we keep on raising the bar and doing everything we can to support our athletes. So thank you once again to our hosts here in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in our beautiful capital, Riyadh. We are set to have a successful conference and General Assembly as we, the Asian Paralympic family, are gathered here. As always, I say, and we say, together we are stronger. On behalf of everyone, Your Highness, the organizing committee, everyone around this room and outside, from our great volunteers, thank you from our bottom of heart for your great efforts. We wish all the success and growth for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in their Vision 2030. The society, the economy, and the ambitious nation very well targeted for any countries want to be the best. We are now part of this vision, Your Highness. We are part of Saudi Arabia Vision 2030. Thank you very much.
And now can I welcome His Highness Prince Fahad bin Jalawi Al Saud to say some words.
First, I would like to mention that usually Mr. President, he gives some words in the language of the home nation, but this time I think he doesn't know how to speak Arabic. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سعادة الأستاذ ماجد بن راشد العصيمي رئيس اللجنة البارالمبية الآسيوية، أصحاب السعادة أعضاء المكتب التنفيذي للجنة البارالمبية الآسيوية، أصحاب السمو والسعادة أعضاء الجمعية العمومية، الإخوة والأخوات. نيابة عن صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير عبد العزيز بن تركي الفيصل وزير الرياضة رئيس اللجنة الأولمبية والبارالمبية السعودية، يسعدني أن أرحب بكم في وطنكم الثاني المملكة العربية السعودية. وأن أنقل لكم تحيات وتقدير سمو الرئيس الذي كان يتمنى مشاركتكم في هذه المناسبة الكبيرة والتي تحتضنها المملكة للمرة الأولى ضمن نخبة من الفعاليات والمناسبات الرياضية النوعية التي جعلت المملكة وجهة رئيسية لأهم الأحداث الرياضية. I think I will wait until the translation work with everyone. السيدات والسادة، إن المملكة تعيش اليوم عصراً ذهبياً يتخذ من الإنجاز عنوانا ومن الطموح دافعاً. تحولت الأحلام فيه إلى واقع والتطلعات فيه إلى نتائج نلمسها اليوم بعد يوم، وكل هذا لم يكن ليتحقق لولا الدعم السخي والغير محدود الذي ننعم به بحمد الله من مولاي خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز يحفظه الله، وسمو سيدي ولي العهد رئيس مجلس الوزراء صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان يحفظه الله، وبمتابعة مستمرة من سمو الرئيس الأمير عبد العزيز بن تركي الفيصل وزير الرياضة ورئيس اللجنة الأولمبية والبارالمبية السعودية. فمرحبا بكم مجددا في وطنكم، واسمحوا لي باسمكم جميعا أن أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لأخي سعادة الأستاذ ماجد بن راشد العصيمي رئيس اللجنة البارالمبية الآسيوية على قيادته المتميزة للحركة البارالمبية في القارة الآسيوية، وعلى تعاونه الدائم مع جميع اللجان البارالمبية الآسيوية في سبيل نهضة وازدهار الحركة الرياضية في القارة، متمنيا لسعادته ولكافة منسوبي اللجنة البارالمبية الآسيوية كل التوفيق والنجاح لتحقيق تطلعاتنا جميعا. تعتز اللجنة الأولمبية والبارالمبية السعودية بتجربتها التي تبلغ من العمر عامين فقط في الدمج ما بين اللجنتين الأولمبية والبارالمبية في خطوة كان هدفها الرئيس هو التأكد من تقديم فرص متكافئة وخدمات متساوية لجميع اللاعبين من الفئتين الأولمبية والبارالمبية، إضافة إلى ترسيخ جميع الجهود لتعزيز تجربة الدمج أيضا في مختلف الاتحادات الرياضية، وتأسيس اتحادات رياضية بارالمبية كان آخرها اعتماد إنشاء 5 اتحادات مستقلة تختص بالرياضات البارالمبية. خلال هذه التجربة نتطلع للاستفادة من تجاربكم أيضا في الحركة البارالمبية الآسيوية، فمهما اختلفت مشاربنا وثقافاتنا تجمعنا الرياضة جميعا لهدف واحد، وهو خدمة الرياضيين مهما كانت قدراتهم أو أعمارهم أو أهدافهم في ممارسة الرياضة. السيدات والسادة، أجدد الترحيب بكم في المملكة العربية السعودية، متمنيا أن تقضوا وقتا ممتعا بين أخوانكم في الرياض. وعلى بركة الله ونيابة عن سمو الأمير عبد العزيز بن تركي الفيصل أعلن افتتاح أعمال المؤتمر والجمعية العمومية الانتخابية للجنة البارالمبية الآسيوية الرياض 2023، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Highness. And now to conclude our official opening ceremony, may I invite the members of the APC Executive Board and the chairs of the AFCOM Committee to join us on stage, please, for a group photograph. Thank you.
Good? All good?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can we give them all a round of applause, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our official opening ceremony, and it also concludes the morning session. So we will now have the lunch break. Lunch will be served in the Silk Road restaurant, which is as you go out of the main doors to your right. If you could be back in here just before 2 p.m, please, so at 1:55, ready for the afternoon session, that would be most appreciated. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch and that you're ready for this afternoon's session. We are going to have 3 presentations before a panel discussion. 3 NPCs have agreed to come along today. Excuse me. 3 NPCs have agreed to come along today to share their success stories. I'm delighted that the very first NPC that you're going to hear from this afternoon is our very newest NPC in the Asian Paralympic family. Ratified earlier this year at the IPC General Assembly, please welcome to the stage to present on behalf of NPC Bangladesh, their Secretary General, Engineer Muqtadur Rahman. Please give him a round of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to APC Conference and General Assembly. And now the presentation on NPC Bangladesh, presented by me, Engineer Muqtadur Rahman, Secretary General, NPC Bangladesh. So this is our board members, MS Belluri Taylor. She is the president. Actually, she is British, but got Bangladeshi citizenship. She is there like Mother Teresa. She has a very big establishment, that is hospital for spinal injury, spinal cord injury, and she is serving lots. That is why we feel she is like Mother Teresa in Bangladesh. And then Vice President, Professor Dr. Sheikh Abdul Salam. He is the Vice Chancellor of Public University. Then me, Secretary General. Then Brigadier General, retired, Deputy Secretary General, Dr. Aminul Islam, Treasurer. He is the former BCS officer in Government of Bangladesh. Then Muhammad Anisur Rahman Dipu, long time sports organizer in Olympic Committee and long time Secretary General of Gymnastics Federation of Bangladesh. Then Mahmudul Islam Rana, General Secretary of Bangladesh Taekwondo Federation, and he is now the EC member of NPC Bangladesh. Anayatullah Khan, 12 times badminton champion, and he is now representing para badminton in Bangladesh and Secretary of para badminton. Boshial Hussain, he is the leader of community disabled people in Bangladesh and representing our disabled sports organization, and now he is the EC member of NPC Bangladesh. Atikud Jaman, actually he is staying in France and donating us some money for organizing para sports. Apsana Askritrina, she is a former shooter and very renowned shooter in Bangladesh. Now she is representing as a EC member of NPC Bangladesh. Asif Iqbal Chaudhuri, he is a spinal cord injury wheelchair person working in the sector of media in Bangladesh, and he is our EC member. And last one, Papulal Madok, he is technically very expert and working with CRP in Bangladesh Center for Rehabilitation Center. Now he is representing NPC Bangladesh as EC member. This is now history for journey with IPC and APC as well as South Asian Para Sports Federation. Recently, we got our full membership in the time of IPC General Assembly held in Bahrain, and we are the 45th Asian NPC in Bangladesh, NPC as a IPC member. Now, history of Bangladesh, about Bangladesh and persons with disability in Bangladesh. Bangladesh is the 45th member nation of APC and got the IPC affiliation as a 45th member nation of APC. And we are the member nation of South Asian Sports Federation. Total population of Bangladesh about 173 million, and almost 10% is persons with disability. That is 17.3 million people is persons with disability. And total functional disability is 8.07%, that is 1.4 million. Total population involved in para sports, that is only 0.10%, that is 15,000 only, because we are recently affiliated and we started our sports for the persons with disability, and it is no longer. That is why our athletes also very poor, only 15,000. We have started initially based on the availability of athletes, that is only 6 disciplines: athletics, archery, badminton, chess, swimming, table tennis, taekwondo, and para cricket, as it is a very popular game in Bangladesh. Gradually, the para sports event will be included based on the athletes' demand. NPC Bangladesh achievement in sports for the persons with disability. We have some barrier because I myself, government put me as a Secretary General in the ad hoc committee in 2019, and after getting my charge as a Secretary General, I started communication with IPC and all others, our regional sports federation and APC too. What happened? I have communicated the then Asian Enhancement Manager, Mr. Sangu Wang. I have sent him at least 74 communication through email and 17 times Zoom meeting with him, and he was so cooperative. I have learned so many things from Sangu Wang. I really remember him, though he is not in the position of IPC anymore, but he taught me a lot of things, how to be form a IPC standard constitution, how to organize a election manual and organize election. So many things I have learned from him. That is why I am very grateful to him, as well as on behalf of NPC Bangladesh, I am conveying my gratitude to him, and he should go up with good health. Then what happened? We have got our provisional membership on 10th June 2022, then confirm it, our full membership on 28th November 2003 this year, during our IPC General Assembly. We have organized some selected events that I have told earlier, only 6 events. Other than, we have organized International Physically Challenged Cricket in Bangladesh, though it is very popular, and that was, last year, 2022 was our 100 years celebration of the birth anniversary of our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. We have celebrated this year, and we have scheduled that we will organize the International Physically Challenged Cricket 4 nations was over there: India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Nepal, and Bangladesh. And Bangladesh got the champion. Our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, she was the chief guest about the closing ceremony. And what happened? Due to the result, Bangladesh athletes have received 5 lakhs each and 10 crore amount of seed money for our development of NPC Bangladesh. So this is the government support. We are very happy with the present government, and the present government is very disability friendly and as well as sports friendly too. We have organized Japan-Bangladesh Para Badminton Tournament in Dhaka on the occasion of celebrating 50 years relationship in between Japan and Bangladesh. Japan is actually our close friend. Japan, Korea, they are serving us for our development lot. So we are very grateful, Japan, Korea, and all other countries. So this is my respect to them. Then during that organizing session, para badminton president of Japan, Kazimo Hirano, and silver medalist of Olympic Yaku Suzuki and others 2 athletes was in Dhaka, and they enjoyed that tournament. And our sports minister and ambassador of Japan embassy, he was there and enjoyed a lot. And then what happened? We did an exchange program with Japan. Our athletes visited twice Japan for participating para badminton tournament. And this time, that is last month, our 2 athletes, they got bronze medal in Japan International Para Badminton Tournament. We have participated in the regional IPC training program held in India, and during that time, India organized 5th International Athlete Championship, and our 1 athlete, he got bronze medal in javelin throw. We organized classification training too in Dhaka, and which is trained by 2 Malaysian classifiers. One was Dr. Aida Hasni Shahri, and another one was Mr. Martin Frederick. They both went to Bangladesh and trained 2 days long workshop for classification, especially for the archery athletes. We organized 2-month long archery training under the Indian trainer. The first time we have participated in the Asian Para Games Hangzhou 2022, which held during 22 to 28 October in Hangzhou, China. So there is some picture to memorize our previous tournament and what we did. First one is the picture of organizing para badminton tournament, celebrating the relationship, 50 years relationship in between Japan and Bangladesh. Second one was, there is our sports minister, lots of our parliament member and sponsors. Me was there during the closing ceremony of International Para Cricket Championship held in Cox's Bazar, the longest sea beach in Bangladesh. This is the picture during the classification session held trained by 2 Malaysian classifiers. This is a picture, Fox Indonesian Para Badminton Championship. This SH6 category athlete got the bronze medal. And next one, that was recently held in Japan, Holik Daihatsu Para Badminton International 2023. These two athletes, they got bronze medal. This is a picture of Hangzhou Paralympic Games participation. Left one is our team members before starting for Hangzhou in our Hazrat Shahjalan International Airport. 14 athletes was included in our team, and other was official. And right picture is in the game village. Then this is the picture for during tournament in Hangzhou 2022. Left one, there is my two archers. They are competing and they did over there very excellent. Both are our female archers. They are now 9th ranking in Asia for para archery. And right picture, I was waiting and observing the archery tournament. And this picture, left one, we are preparing for enjoying closing ceremony, Hangzhou 2022 in the game village. Right one in the stadium, enjoying our athletes was in the field. They are enjoying the closing ceremony, Hangzhou 2022. And during the tournament, I was in the APC Family Hotel. I had a meeting with APC President, as APC CEO. We have exchanged also lots of things, how to develop para movement in Bangladesh, and exchange our souvenir too, and lots of things we have exchanged. And we are really grateful to the APC President and the all committees member. They have sanctioned 19 free tickets for NPC Bangladesh and 14,000 US dollar as a competition grant. So we got very big support from APC. We are thankful, and we are conveying on behalf of myself and from my NPC Bangladesh that what they did, that was excellent for NPC Bangladesh. Now, this is opportunity and as well as challenges for NPC Bangladesh. We have a committee, but you have seen the committees. Our president is British woman. She is serving very big job over there for the patients as well as the persons with disability in his sector. That is, she has a very big hospital. She told me that she is only for that hospital and doing something, whatever he is capable to do for the persons with disability under her hospital. But he told me that as much as you are capable, you can promote NPC Bangladesh. That is why we never ask her that why you are not doing anything for NPC Bangladesh. As our Honorable Prime Minister likes her due to her contribution for the spinal cord injury people as well as the persons with disability. There is a rehabilitation center. Most of the persons with disability guys, they are getting their treatment over there and rehabilitating for their regular life. That is why we are very happy. We never push him or pressure her any matter to support NPC Bangladesh. As our Honorable Prime Minister, she is so keen to keep her in the committee as a president. That is why we are remaining Beluri Taylor as a president in Bangladesh. But that committee should be very active and especially dedicated for the improvement of the para sports in Bangladesh. That is why this is our opportunity as well as challenges too. Then next one, event-based Defense Para Association Federation. NPC Bangladesh, this was earlier organizing para tournament with their own, but recently we are taking movement for creating or affiliating the para sports federation separately, and which is everywhere is separate para federation for promote up the para event separately. Now only a para archery federation has been affiliated by the government. Other 6 para federation is under process. So this is my approach. Okay, approach to the APC and IPC to request some to our government so that they can extend to help us to creating some separate federation. So good office in NSC old building, National Sports Council provide me a small office. We are working over there, but we are thinking to make it a very large scale so that we can accommodate all official and separate para-federation officials for organizing their extensive movement. Newly elected sports complex for para-athletes. Our government is so kind. We have approved a project. This is under completion now, and there is a 12 acre of bigas of land, 12 acre of land. There is a very big sports complex for the persons with disability. Hope we can use this and promote our para sports in Bangladesh. What is the challenges? Venue, accessible venue. Our engineers, they don't did anything accessible for the persons with disability. Now I am in the member of that committee. I have a paper presentation on building code as I am an engineer, but my discipline is electrical and electronics, but I have to make paper on building code as a civil engineer. But what I did so many things over there. Now they are included me as an expert. And resources. We are trying to develop our resources. Logistic, we have no logistic to promote para sports in many disciplines, but we are trying to, this is our, in fact, very big challenges. Lack of coaches, trainer, and classifier. We have no classifier, no coaches, no trainer. We are trying to promote this. Only some coaches got training from India, which is organized by IPC. Lack of dedicated appointed physician or physiotherapist. Actually, we have some doctors with doctors and physiotherapists, but they are not dedicated for the NPC Bangladesh. We are trying to appoint them as on payment. What is our next plan of action for 3 years, next 3 years? Event-based training of trainer, home and abroad. We will organize training program in home, and if the IPC and APC organize training program in abroad, then we will send our trainer, coaches, and classifier. Hunting talent for para-athletes. We are going for talent hunting so that we can engage more athletes in the para-sports. Organizing national and international tournament. We are thinking, as before, we are thinking to organize. We have talked with our para-Asian, South Asian para-federations officials. We will organize para-archery in Bangladesh and physical challenge cricket too, as the physical challenge is included for 2028 Olympic Games. As I am a planner and I work with government 32 years, and I was head of planning and head of engineering, and I have an idea how to develop an organization. That is why I program myself to prepare DPP on skill development for para-sports. Mobilization of resources from sponsors, government, APC and IPC. This has to be done because money is required for promote para-sports. Established of a permanent training facilities for para-sports, collaboration with the government. Yes, we have talked to our government, and they are giving us facilities by erecting some infrastructure, so we can solve this problem too. Exchange program with different NPCs. Yes, we have already signed a MOU with Maldives and going to sign a MOU with Iran. So we'll work together, inshallah, in future. Thank you very much. If you have any question, you can ask me. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Rahman. Actually, we will take questions at the end when we've listened to the other two presentations. So if you have any questions for NPC Bangladesh, please keep them to yourself for the moment, and we'll have them as part of the panel discussion. So next up is NPC Maldives. If I could ask for Mr. Mohammed Ahmed, the Secretary General of NPC Maldives, to join me here on the stage. Thank you. You may go back to your seat. There we go. Thank you. Please could you welcome Dr. Ahmed. Mr. Ahmed, I beg your pardon. Just promoted you. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, and there's your...
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. On behalf of Maldives Paralympic Committee, MPC Maldives, I would like to present MPC Maldives presentation to you. My name is Ahmad Mohammed, currently working as Secretary General and founder of MPC Maldives as well. So let's start with background of Maldives. It is not a promotional video, but just let you know the situation of the Maldives. So the total population of Maldives is 500,000, and the territory, you can see we have 90,000 square kilometers, but only the land size is 297 square kilometers. You can imagine how spread we are. Yeah, the disability prevalence is 10%, which means we will have more than 40,000 persons with disabilities in the Maldives. The background of starting, the road to a Paralympic Committee, we started our work on 2015, and we got a lot of support from various partners, like I would say Japan has encouraged us to form the body, and APC especially has invited us in Jakarta, and Mr. Tariq, I would mention his name because he has given me a lot of advice how we can approach to the government and influence the sports authorities, how important it is to make the Paralympic movement in the Maldives. Thus, support us to form the Paralympic Committee in Maldives in 2019. We got registration, and we got affiliated at the same year in June by APC. We got the membership, and immediately we got the chance to send our athletes to Japan under their Sports for Tomorrow programs with NSSU, the Nippon Sports Science University, and we got our coaches and two of our athletes trained for Tokyo 2020. So that was our first approach to develop the coaches program. Apart from that, Korea has invited us to go there with our para-athletes and train them for 2 weeks. The organizational deployment that we called, we have trained blind coaches, like for blind football. It was supported by India, especially I would mention Matthew, Mr. Matthew, Sunil Matthew. He was invited on behalf of Kochi and himself, and our FAM supported us to send our coaches to train for blind football trainers. And we got equipment from Japan as well as from India. We received some equipment to develop the football, because football is our national game and the fond of everyone is playing football. So we have trained few classifiers, and because we don't have, we started from the scratch, so we need to have classifiers, coaches, technical officials. So we started working on that from 2020, and we got chance to have the national level and international level 2 coach classifiers from a lady, and for visual, and for men's we have BWF classifiers as well. This is our coaches we have trained for different regions. This is for para-athletics, but we have 3 regions, so we need to develop more coaches and more classifiers as well as other technical officials. So this is our first debut in Tokyo 2020. This is our first win over Bangladesh. I'm sorry, Maqsood, but we won this match against Bangladesh in Bahrain. And this is our first gold medal we won in India with the help of WPA and Indian Paralympic Committee as well. Thank you, sir. Guru Saran Sang. And this is the main game that we used to take advantage of our para-athletes, that is Indian Ocean Island Games, in which in 2019 also we got a bronze medal, and this year also with different athletes we got 2 bronze medals in this year, 2023. Our main objective and main target is to have the para-athletes from grassroots level. We have long-term development plan for 10 years. Now we have started Impossible campaign, through which we have started training the teachers at their school level and coaches among them. That help us a lot to conduct the training programs in various islands and regions. So this is a kind of chart that you can see the geographical locations of Maldives, in which we have started the areas, 3 zones. That is north zone that we have starting from Malé. That is the central zone, and we have south and north together. And in each this region, there will be 3 atolls. Total, we have 20 atolls. So in each these atolls, we have started developing the coaches, teachers, and conducting the Impossible in the school level. So our target is we will cover whole Maldives. All schools within 4 years, leaving no school behind. So that is our main target, and we will gather the students together, and we have been trying with our local coaches as well as our international partners like Japan, Malaysia, now Iran, we have joined India. So they will be sending the technical people to identify the potential para-athletes to focus on elite level para-athletes. So here is the schools that we didn't cover yet in the regions, but this year we have covered the Malay Atoll, and from north we have to be cover these areas because each island we have to go separately, and the time limit this year we have a lot of international competition, so there was with few staff and few technical people, it is a challenge to us to visit every island and do the work together. But with the support of our international community, the Paralympic family, that we are able to conduct the South region completely. And this is the pictures of Impossible campaign that we started from these atolls, and we have achieved these atolls together. Now we have trained 150 teachers over. The most important thing I'm focusing on is to introduce Boschia, but yet I don't have any equipment for Boschia, but hopefully we'll be holding a camp to introduce Boschia in Maldives hopefully in 2024 with the support of international community. If we can say maybe there are a few people who are willing to conduct this with the equipment so that we can invite our regional bodies like South Asian regions, countries. From each country, we will invite 2 para-athletes and 1 coach to conduct the training program over there. So not only the Maldives, every South Asian country can benefit from this. So we started marking the National Paralympic Day in Maldives in 3rd December, which is International Day of Persons with Disabilities, which a huge success. We conducted this program, and a lot of people enjoyed it, and we have been managed to live telecast this event to whole Maldives. So here is our President's message to us.
Dear friends and colleagues, greeting from Dubai. It gives me great pleasure to address you all on this special occasion, the first Paralympic Day celebration of the Maldives Paralympic Committee. Back in 2019, when the Maldives became part of the Asian Paralympic family, the MPC and its athletes showed a lot of promise and willingness to grow the movement, not just within the country, but beyond. Today, when we celebrate your first Paralympic Day, I feel proud in saying that our new family member is making rapid strides in its mission, which aligns with APC's vision and goals. In such a short time, the MPC has held various educational workshops and programs and has already participated in the Asian Youth Para Games and the Paralympic Games. This shows that the Paralympic movement in the region is growing fast, and we are hoping to see many more MPCs to follow suit and dedicate a day to their Paralympic stars and the movement. The Paralympic Days are significant days, and they
So this year, inshallah, we will be celebrating in the same day, 3rd December, in 4 regions separately. So each region will be like South, North, Central, and all major 4 cities. And we will be providing the opportunity to the parents to be with them to play together the Paralympic sports, but it will be 2 hours program, but each one will get a specific medal, so the parent can make sure that their children can be take part in national level and international competitions. So our main challenges is the geographical isolation, financial assistance from various parties, technical official and coaches, para sports equipment is main challenges for materials because we don't produce any material. The geographical challenges, as I mentioned, we have 187 islands. All islands are isolated by the sea, so to reach in each and every island is a very challenging part by traveling and by climate challenges and infrastructure-wise. It is a very huge challenge, but yet we will be able to host the national level Paralympic competition starting from 2024, inshallah. The financial challenges, though we don't have much financial capacity to purchase the equipment, that is the main challenge that we are facing because we don't produce any equipment, yet we need to introduce, without introducing the equipment, we can't get the children's with potential para-athletes to be introduced to our elite level athlete. The technical support, as India has joined us and we have made the MOUs, now we are able to get their advices, and from our other counterparts we have signed MOUs with Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh, Malaysia, and today we signed the MOU with Iran. With their help, inshallah, we will be able to train our coaches, our teachers, where they can train in their particular islands, and we will get potential para-athletes from grassroots level to be shown, inshallah. Within 5 years, we will be able to bring them to international level. Then we will focus them for elite level high performances, and inshallah, we will achieve a medal soon. So the main challenges, as I mentioned, the para-equipments, yet we have communicated and we have been promised by one of our, I would say, the best sponsor or the partner, the Japanese Sports Corporation or Council. They are willing to provide us with some equipment which we are working with them to get the potential suppliers to bring the equipment to the Maldives. So we are seeking the assistance from your particular MPCs, whoever has these equipment. I would like to send my requirements, then they can send me with the quotation so I can purchase the equipment and bring back to Maldives. So this is what we have to present you. Within 4 years, inshallah, we will be covering the whole Maldives, and you will be getting more para-athletes in future, and you can always contact me through these contact numbers. And before we conclude, we have a small, I would say, a surprise for you. Okay. Now we have established the accessible tourism in Maldives, which means each and every para-athlete can visit there. They can have snorkeling, swimming, diving, and they can enjoy the Maldives, beautiful Maldives life. And every one of you are invited to visit Maldives. And we have now accessible vehicles as well, purchased through, donated by Japanese government. so they can travel with us to resorts and in capital city, and they can enjoy their life. They can benefit from the beauty of the Maldives. So thank you very much. This is my presentation. I hope you have enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to NPC Maldives, and I'm sure many of us would like to take you up on your kind invitation to visit the Maldives after that lovely video. So our final presentation in this section, which is called Sharing Success Stories, I'd like to invite NPC's Uzbekistan's Ms. Niloufar Tosanova, who is the Head of International Relations and Marketing, to come up and say a few words. There will then be a video that they show, and then their President Mukhtar Khan, is going to say a few words as well. So please, a round of applause for NPC Uzbekistan.
Thank you, Jane. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished leaders and dedicated champions of the Paralympic movement, it's an honor to present you and share with you today a short summary video showcasing the outstanding results achieved in the last 4 years at NPC Uzbekistan, thanks to the hard work of the leadership of our country and concerned government entities, a dedicated team of NPC Uzbekistan, and of course, of our amazing para-athletes through active and collective engagement in this noble movement. Please play the video. Thank you.
The government of Uzbekistan pays close attention to the human rights of its citizens. In particular, it's been providing all the necessary support to people with disabilities, ensuring the protection of their interests by creating a barrier-free environment and their integration into the society. The first National Paralympic Association was established in 2007 to strengthen the association. Initially had 18 staff, 3 para-sport types with 85 athletes and 23 coaches. Since 2008, Uzbek Paralympians have been participating in the Paralympic Games and the Para-Asian Games. During this period, our representatives won a total of 236 medals in various prestigious sports competitions of the world. In 2019, there were 8 summer para-sports types, 53 coaches and 277 para-athletes. In 2021, 12 summer sport types, 1 winter sport, 105 coaches and 355 athletes. In 2023, 18 summer sport types, 3 winter sport types, 321 coaches and 550 athletes. The resolution on additional measures for the development of the Paralympic movement was adopted on May 18, 2021, and the National Paralympic Association of Uzbekistan was granted the status of the National Paralympic Committee of Uzbekistan. According to this decision, 5 sports clubs with 14 regional divisions and 5 regional Paralympic centers was established by the committee, and their activities were launched across the country. The Mahallabai project is one of the several initiatives that have been created to promote the Paralympic movement in Uzbekistan. The Mahallabai work system has been implemented throughout our republic. Committee members, in collaboration with local youth leaders, visit every home to invite and introduce people with disabilities to sports. Committee arranges sporting events where individuals with disabilities of all ages can try to compete in various sports. This system assists in discovering talented individuals for national teams in their respective fields and lays the foundation for disabled people to live an active life and be included in society. In addition, the 5 Initiatives Paralympics is one of the wide-ranging sports events of the country in which thousands of our compatriots with disabilities, mainly from 15 to 30 years of age, participate and test their capabilities. Those selected to play on the junior and youth national teams are chosen from these amateurs. Starting from the 2021-2022 academic year, additional quotas of up to 10% have been introduced for young people with disabilities in training centers for Olympic and Paralympic sports in 14 regions of our country, who are engaged in developing para-sports in our country. There is now a 2% more quota for students with disabilities in higher education, which indicates the growth of their employability. Our country has more than 200 sports schools that have been renovated to accommodate athletes with impairments, giving thousands of our youth the chance to participate in sports. The Paralympic Institute of Professional Development is established under the National Paralympic Committee of Uzbekistan. The institute is dedicated to train the coaches and teachers working with athletes and people with disabilities. Athletes also receive special courses and educational programs, including the rules of anti-doping and para-sports, and it's been developing educational programs in cooperation with international sports educational institutions. According to the academic plan of 2023, 951 coaches are registered for the educational programs. Based on the demand, more than 1,085 coaches are estimated to receive training this year. The institute is planning to train and provide professional development courses for more than 2,000 coaches and specialists in 2024. It is important to mention that educational resources and methodologies have been developed and published by APC Uzbekistan for para-taekwondo and judo athletes and coaches. Braille versions of resources have been published for blind para-athletes. In our country as a whole, impaired patients receive preferred treatment in outpatient and inpatient settings. The system is in place to assess the athletes and establish their state of disability in a respected sports class. NPC Uzbekistan's efforts to promote gender equality and female engagement in sports are clearly showcased with the results of female para-athletes. During the Tokyo 2020 Summer Paralympic Games, female athletes won 11 out of 19 gold medals. NPC Uzbekistan's team participated in 11 sports with 103 athletes in the Para-Asian Games, which was recently held in Hangzhou. Participants took home 79 medals. Male competitors earned 58% of these medals, while female athletes won 42% of them. The National Paralympic Committee of Uzbekistan has memorandums in place and has been closely cooperating with international sports organizations to develop para-sports in Uzbekistan. The committee currently has 5 special sports clubs recruiting and selecting players for 22 summer and 6 winter sports. A subway station dedicated to the Paralympic movement was opened in Tashkent in 2023. The station is uniquely designed and demonstrates the Paralympic history, torches of the Paralympic Games, bright colors of the Paralympic movement, and corridors that invite people to victory. The Museum of Olympic and Paralympic Glory has been renovated and filled with more than 2,000 exhibits reflecting the achievements of our republic's para-athletes in prestigious international competitions, and more than 1,000 of them are on permanent display. Medals, trophies, beacons, postage stamps, sports equipment are exhibited in the museum, and they are considered as the golden fund of our nation. A Paralympic park was established on Abdullah Qaderi Street, one of the central areas of our capital. The park boasts various fruit trees planted by para-athletes walking and running past, and specially designed recreational areas. 50 hectares of land in a free tourist zone in the Chervak mountain area has been allocated for Paralympic sports, and a large sports base that fully meets modern international standards is under construction. In the near future, para-athletes will be able to hold training sessions, international meetings, and various competitions in about 10 sports. In recent years, Uzbekistan has been hosting several major international para-sports championships. They include the Grand Prix in Para-Judo, the Continental Championship in Triathlon, and the Asian Para-Canoe Rowing Championship, all of which took place in historic Samarkand city. The construction of the Olympic and Paralympic city on a 100-hectare area is in full swing. This facility, which will soon have the most modern conditions and technologies, will become a large complex embodying the new image of Uzbekistan in the field of sports. With the support of the government of Uzbekistan, 2025 Youth Para-Asian Games will be hosted in Tashkent. Our dedicated team is working with honor and great enthusiasm to welcome you in our beautiful country and showcase the best service and hospitality of our nation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your patience and for your attention. As we have seen, the increased numbers indicate the growth of the Uzbek citizens' involvement in para sports. And all these achievements would not be possible without great support of the government of Uzbekistan. And now I think we can, Jane just informed that we can go on the panel and answer the questions if you have any. Thank you for your attention once again.
Thank you. Could I invite all the presenters from Bangladesh, Uzbekistan and Maldives onto the stage, please, to take a chair? And can I ask everybody in the audience, if you have a question, please could you raise your hand? So can we have Maldives, Bangladesh and Uzbekistan on the stage, please? Maldives and Bangladesh. Ah, thank you. Yeah, you can. Yeah. Here comes Maldives. Thank you. Obviously, we've had presentations from 3 Paralympic committees at very different stages of their development. So from our brand new NPC Bangladesh, to our slightly older NPC Maldives, to Uzbekistan, which in recent times we've just seen the rapid growth there. So I think it's interesting that the panel is made up of NPCs from different stages of their evolution within NPCs. But I asked for questions, and I think a gentleman down at the front had one. So perhaps you'd like to turn your microphone on, sir. Not quite certain why that happened. Try again.
My question to Uzbekistan.
It's okay. Try again. I think it worked. It was working. Try again.
Uzbekistan, see, you tell me, any other NPC athlete can come and train your center, how we should be reached your place. And again, congratulations to you. See, very small team, but you have won a lot of medals for your nation. You tell me how our athletes come and you can train on your place.
Thank you very much for your question. Yes, exactly. We are also very much excited, not surprised, because all these achievements are coming from the very, very hard work of all the staff who are involved in developing the Paralympic movement in Uzbekistan. So basically, I can give an example of how these athletes are coming to the national team. Just an example of one athlete. This could come with an initiative that our NPC has initiated. It's called Mahalla Bay. Mahalla means neighborhood. Okay, so in our country there are more than 9,500 mahallas, neighborhoods. So each neighborhood has definitely people, young or older people with disabilities. So the government, especially NPC Uzbekistan, with the help of the government, is working hard to engage all these people into the sports, regardless of their level of disability, any disease. So the main goal is not to bring the athletes and gain medals. The main goal is to engage all these people with disabilities into sports, into social integration. So during that selection, definitely we have some athletes who are eligible to join our national team. And working with, so the whole team, starting from the medical assessment, coaches, responsible officers for the mahallas, they work together to prepare the eligible athletes into national team. So it starts from there. I think the fundamental hard work goes from the mahalla, from the engagement, from breaking the barriers, from showing these people that they are included, that they have the same rights like all other people of our country. So that moral preparation, motivation that they get, I think that brings to these results. So I don't want to mention the financial support, medical support, some surgeries that our government covers for them to perform better as an athlete. But other than that, I think this is all about the hard work of community engagement and integration of these people into society through sport. And then they get motivated and they bring medals with the hard work of the coaches and trainings. I hope this answers your question. Sorry if it's too long.
Thank you. I think there was one supplementary part, if I understood correctly. I think our two colleagues from Maldives and Bangladesh both cited lack of facilities as being one of the barriers to growth. And I think I could almost sense the envy around the room when we saw the fantastic images of the Paralympic town that you are building in Tashkent. I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think your question was also how could other athletes from other countries access that, if that's possible?
Access
the training centers that you have built.
Oh, the center that has been built, is being built. Well, this center will be launched for the Youth Asian Para Games, but it's open for all the events. Hopefully we'll be able to launch and host many, many more events, and there will be definitely a room for trainings because we do have established an institute for professional development under NPC Uzbekistan, which is dedicated to train coaches, trainers, and anyone who is involved in working with people with disabilities. And we're cooperating with international organizations. So I do think that we will have a very good methodologies and best practices to share with developing NPCs, and you're always welcome to get in touch with me, and we can move forward together and share our experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions from the floor? Any hands to raise to ask questions? I can't see any. I have one that, oh no, there is one down there. Yes, sorry, I can't see you, sir, but if you would like to ask your question, please. Please identify yourself first so we know which NPC you're from. Not from
I have,
Cambodia. Yeah, there we go.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I have 3 questions for each country.
Okay.
Sorry, 1 question for each country. Number 1, I'm going to address this to Bangladesh. What took you so long to register to the IPC? That's 1. Number 2, for NPC Maldives, which hotel did Kim Kardashian stay? May I know? Number 3, for NPC Uzbekistan, the center that you're going to build for AYPG 2025, is it going to be the main venue, or it will be it will be in Tashkent, or it will be spread around the country?
Yes,
Okay,
it will be. We're building it in Tashkent city, and the event will be hosted in Tashkent.
Thank you. Should we go to the question for Bangladesh, which was what took you so long to be registered with the IPC?
Actually, NPC Bangladesh started earlier in 2003. That is, in 2004, this NPC was recognized by the IPC in different name. But in 2005, there was a decision in IPC General Assembly. The name of the organization's title should be included with para. But there was some decision that organization has taken decision as National Paralympic Committee of Bangladesh, and they sent it to the IPC. IPC agreed, and 2028 they have participated in a Paralympic Games too. But what happened? The earlier named organization, they again raised their membership and sending a letter to the IPC. Then IPC was confused, and they sent it to verify to the government of Bangladesh, to the sports minister for Bangladesh. But what the reason was, what I have learned from the papers of NPC Bangladesh, during that time, that NPC was affiliated by the Social Welfare Ministry. And they got their affiliation, showing their registration from Social Welfare Ministry. But what happened, Sports Ministry was quite dark. They sent it to their officials for searching what about the things happened. But when they got the things, this is affiliated by the Social Welfare Department under the Ministry of Social Welfare. They send it to verify to that ministry. In the meantime, long procedure, long time was...
So you were suspended
yes.
from the IPC
then
for a while.
IPC banned the NPC Bangladesh. What happened? I was in the government service with a very big responsibility. That is why I can't give any more time for the NPC. What happened? Because of their failure, government again bring me as a Secretary General, putting a ad hoc committee in 2019. But COVID was started. I can't do anything during the COVID time, but I had a communication with Sango Wang, APC Asia, IPC Asia
representative,
enhancement officer. I have communicated 74 communication over email, and I had a 17 Zoom meeting with him. And after that, long time was gone, and they helped me to confirm our constitution as per the IPC guideline, and then he approved our election procedure, election manual, and then I went for the election. And this is our elected committee, and send it to IPC and APC affiliation.
Fantastic. So just to summarize, you were suspended back in 2003, and then various administrative problems within the country prevented you from coming back, and then COVID happened.
Yes,
but now you're back, so we're delighted to have you back.
This was the long journey. And
it was a
finally
long journey, but you've made it. Yes, so the question for the Maldives, which I can't remember now, it was quite some time ago. Can you remember what it was?
Yeah, Can you repeat your question to Maldives? Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. Oh.
You have north, center, and south. The schools are normal schools or special schools?
All inclusive schools.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think there was a question from Cambodia, if I'm right. Yes, so can we get a microphone to Cambodia, please? Thank you.
Hello, Vishna from Cambodia. I think everyone in the room tried to do hard for the para sports. I think our colleagues have been trying to explain some already, but I think my question is to three of you to explain more maybe how the para sport influenced to the what you call the society and the Paralympic activity of Paralympic itself. How to change the society itself and the people with disability in your society. I mean, it is beyond the games. Why we try to do hard, so what we get the benefit and outcome from this para sport. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a really good question, because as you've alluded to, an awful lot of time and effort from the people in this room is dedicated to making the sport happen. But the Paralympic movement exists for a higher purpose than just the sport. It's about changing perceptions. And I know that when you're a small NPC and you have an awful lot on your plate to do just to find your athletes, train your athletes, find the facilities, how do you find the time? What do you do to make sure that that bigger purpose that the Paralympic movement has is being addressed in your countries? Who would like to go first?
Yeah, thank you very much. Very important question. I think it influences a lot to the community. The perception of isolating them or leaving them behind is now avoided because of para sports, because of disability sports. parents and the community believes now they can achieve when we be given the opportunity to them, and they can be, in my pronunciation, in my technical words, I would say, the able body. If they can, if we provide opportunities to the disabled bodies, with the support of us, they can. So together, we all can.
That's a great example to say that actually you change the parents' attitude about what their child is capable of, and that starts to change society. Thank you.
On the other hand, I can add some values with our Maldives friend. Our organizer must have some rules, positive rule to motivate them, so that men and women, this is our, both are our athletes. So we never should difference men and women. So women, they are somehow they have some barrier, not like a man. But those we are the organizer, we should prove that this is the user very friendly environment without taking any risk. They are like our daughter, like our sister, whatever you mean. Then when they feel this is a very safe environment, then they will come up to join para sports, whatever the things. When the women feel the environment is safe for her, so then will come up automatically, they will be motivated and they will participate, if it is para sports or general sports, whatever the sports you mean. But this is the very important rule from the organizer side.
That's great.
To extend any sorts of support, any sorts of environment, friendly environment for their welfare, for their acceptance.
So create the right environment. So we've had, make sure that the parents understand this is a good thing. Create the right environment. Has NPC Uzbekistan got any ideas about this? How you use the parasport to change society?
Well, this is just the meaning of communication, I think, the parasports, which is, it speaks a lot, because as a human being without disabilities, we have more options, we have more, how to say, let's say even going for a gym, we miss the gym, we don't appreciate what we have. But when you see these athletes and people going to parasports, achieving all this, and they motivate the whole world to move forward, there is nothing impossible in this life. So I think parasports is a really great motivation, not only for people with disabilities, but for the whole humanity to move forward, never give up, and try your best to contribute to the movement.
Absolutely, and I think we heard in the presentation that President Majid and Mr. Sue gave earlier on about the impact that social media had from the Hangzhou Games. And I think it's fair to say that actually for a lot of countries, sending your para-athletes to games like Hangzhou, you get as much media coverage as their non-disabled, their able-bodied equivalents, because people find those human interest stories really, really motivating. So yes, I think although you're very busy creating the sports, making it happen, please don't forget that promotional side of things is really important too. Do we have any more questions from the floor? I'm looking for hands. Yes, we do. We have a question from Deepa Malik from India. Can we give her a microphone, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I don't have a question, but I have a word of appreciation. They're doing great work. I saw Uzbekistan's film. That's very, very inspiring. And the story of Maldives and Bangladesh is indeed very encouraging. Very small countries with their own challenges, and starting young, they have really achieved a lot. I extend full support because I heard Ahmadji from Maldives say that they're looking for support in their equipments because they don't have any manufacturing suppliers, and I think that is something we all need to hear from our heart more than our ears and come forward and support. And thank you for making your tourism inclusive. That means a lot to a person with disability, and I truly appreciate your efforts on that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a really lovely comment. And actually, can I just echo that? I think it was really wonderful. President Majid always says that our slogan is stronger together. So to hear two of our NPCs be telling us about programs that they have partnered with, and to have NPC Uzbekistan sitting on the stage being so open about how they are willing to share and to cooperate with other NPCs, I think that's a really fantastic message. And if there are no more questions from the floor, I think that's a really lovely point to... Is there? Sorry, I couldn't see. Where's the other question? Pakistan. Okay, sorry, Mr. Shami.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Jane. You know, the efforts made by NPC Uzbekistan, I attended the first APC conference there in Tashkent in 2013, and since then it is growing and growing with the great efforts of all of the NPC president and their volunteers and their workers. And I'm so happy that they are now the hosts. They will now be the hosts of the Asian Youth Para Games. Secondly, when you talk about the APC Bangladesh, you know, it has been a very long struggle since the year 2010, I think so, and it took so many years to get them restored and to bring them back into the mainstream of the Paralympic movement. And so as the Maldives, a very young NPC, but I must say that we must not ignore, rather appreciate the role of the Asian Paralympic Committee and Mr. Majid Rashid and all the board members who have performed their great role in the restoration of NPC Bangladesh, talking to the IPC, discussing and, you know, supporting them all. So I really appreciate that. And for the Maldives, definitely they are coming up, and we appreciate their efforts of all the team they are working with. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those kind words.
Yes, Mr. Sami, I remember your support during our struggle time for getting affiliation. So actually, I have told during my presentation session, actually, I'm on behalf of NPC Bangladesh, I express my gratitude to everyone, APC, South Asian Federation, IPC, for our confirmation of IPC membership. So lots of struggle I have faced, but due to the support from you all people, South Asian Sports Federation, APC, and IPC, that's why it comes to me easier now. So I'm very happy. I'm grateful to you all. So thank you. Thanks you to all. Okay, bye.
Thank you. Would you?
Yes.
Yes, you.
Thank you, Jane. So if you allow me, I want to continue with the first question that I started too early to respond, I guess. I was so excited to share this with the developing NPCs and our colleagues. So if you allow me to put one more presentation that we have.
Yeah.
It's regarding that project that I have just mentioned, Mahalla Bai Neighborhood Project.
Can we put the slide that's showing on the screen down here?
I think I should get up.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this is just an example of one region. We have 14 regions in Uzbekistan, and this is the analysis of one region. Just to give you some idea on how this system works of bringing these people outside their houses, basically. In Andijan city, for example, we have analyzed and found out the types of disease of people living in the neighborhood. So there are blind and visually impaired, leg and arm amputation, cerebral palsy, dwarfism, short stature, persons with impaired basic motor function, and many other syndromes. So this assessment has been done with our medical team to find out to which sport type, how can we engage these people to active living. And for that, as if you take a look at the recommended, so each mahalla had a recommendation based on the disease that they have identified and based on the research of the region of mahalla, which includes the facilities which are available in short distance, medical facilities, sport facilities, school facilities. They have learned this, they have analyzed it and found out how these people with disabilities can engage in sports. And so if you take a look, in Andijan itself, there were 94 mahallas and 12,696 people were persons with disabilities. So these people, it's not a fact that they were registered with the government. So our team in each region basically going to the families, they're knocking the doors. Not all the families are taking their kids out, declaring that they have disability, because it's a mentality, I think, mentality of, especially for girls, there are girls who are hidden at home. They don't even go out. They hide that they have disability. So NPC Uzbekistan initiated this initiative, literally going to each home, knocking the doors and taking out the girls and boys and anyone with disability to integrate them to any sort of sports. So this is, I won't go into details. It will take too much of our time. So this is a team working, analyzing the facilities where they can go, and we have medical team, we have, can we move to the next slide, please? So if you take a look to the responsible persons, 7 patronage nurses, it means we have a team of 7. I think it's in the next slide. No?
Looks like you have a social worker, a women and girls
chairman
leader,
of
a youth
Mahalla, social worker, women and girls leader who literally work with girls and women, youth leaders, and directors of sports schools. They all are attached to this project. So each responsible person with a team, they work in their own field to identify the right way of taking these people out and involve them, integrate them into social society through sports. And if you pay attention to the categories of persons and children with disabilities, the age range starts from very young up to 60-year-old. So this is not just for Paralympic sports, it's general engagement into sport and into social, to integrate, for social integration of these people. And,
thank you. That's really interesting. I think we probably need to wrap up there because we're running out of time.
Yes,
but
thank
I
you.
know that President
Yeah, it's a very sophisticated system and takes lots of time, but we will be happy to share with our NPCs if they're interested.
It's sophisticated and it's methodical, and it's obviously a big success, as we can see from NPC Uzbekistan's development. But I'm sure that you and President Mukhtarkhon will be happy to answer any questions outside of this session. And as I said before, the slides will be available to everybody. So you probably can't see the detail that I can see here, but it's really impressive, the methodical way that they're going about that. So I think we need to draw this panel session to a close because the final session for today is to talk about the legacy of 2 countries that have hosted regional games and for us to understand the benefits that they have seen for their NPC in terms of that. I'm going to invite you to show your appreciation to the panel members for the presentation that they've given and for their contribution to the panel, whilst I invite the Indonesian Asian Para Games Legacy presentation, which will be given by Mr. Ramiz Ali Sura, Deputy Director of the Department of Foreign Affairs. If you could make your way to the stage, sir, whilst the panel depart. Thank you. Please. I Thank you. Please could you welcome to the stage Mr. Ramiz Ali Sura, apologies for the pronunciation, the Deputy Director for the Department of Foreign Affairs in Indonesia, who it seems like yesterday it was the 2018 Asian Para Games, but please, if you would like to take the floor. Thank you. The clicker is just there. Yeah, to move your presentation on. Yeah, and that, move it back. Yeah.
Check, check. It's clear? My voice is clear, right? Yeah, all right. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ramesh Ali Suryanegara. I was the Deputy Director of the Foreign Affairs Department of NPC Indonesia. And on behalf of our NPC President, I would like to share you about the success story and legacies about the Third Asian Para Games Jakarta. Yeah, talking about the legacies. Actually, Mr. Tarek, the legacies was even created before the game was even started. Why? Because this is actually interesting. Because in 2017, especially starting in the middle of the year, the media was really interested to report and gather information about the para sports in Indonesia. They sensed that the next year, the para sports movement will be boom and blow out the media. And the massive media coverage led us into the success into 2018. More than 150 media have engaged with NPC Indonesia since that. And this is a very interesting point for us. The promotion of para sport in Indonesia through broader and more intensive media coverage. Because of the effect of the media coverage had led us to have a higher public awareness toward para sports and persons with disabilities in general. Before the 2018 games, we can find an athlete, especially in the developed area or the famous city. But after the 2018 games, you know, it is very easy to find because the media coverage lead us into the better. Because before the game, it is very hard to find a new athletes from the rural or underdeveloped area. Their parents, they still believe that the para sport is not suitable for them. The para sports is not too suitable for them, and it could lead them to get any worse because they didn't see sports as the breakthrough. Most of their friends, their families, and their siblings, they guide them to become a teacher, worker, or maybe just open the business. They did not see sports as the breakthrough point. And thanks to the media's massive media coverage, it's opened their mind that, all right, great, okay. It's opened their mind and they're starting to think that, hey, maybe you have a chances to develop in the badminton. Maybe you have a chance to develop in athletics, or maybe you have a chance in para sports rather than you go to the becoming a teachers, becoming a workers, or maybe a businessman, or maybe just go to schools and just marriage. They see that this is a new life for them, and it's very great because the cause of that, and right now we can establish 34 sub-NPCs region in each province in Indonesia because of the 2018 games. And we because we have 34 sub-region, we easily to find a young and talented athletes are easier to find and develop. And as you can see, the effect of massive media coverage and public awareness towards our national games and national school games, as you can see in the blue one in the right side, is the national game, and in the left side is national school games. As you can see, in the 2012, we only have like 1,328 athletes. And in the 2016, we have like 1,060 plus athletes. And in the 2021, we have 2,712 athletes. Like, because of the massive media coverage and the media coverage, also on the highest level of public awareness in Indonesia, it can lead us to easily to find more athletes, especially in the national elite athletes. As you can see, from the 2016 to the 2021 games, we can reach like 1,000 athletes, and it's very great because in 2021 we have a COVID situation there, and we didn't expect that there will be more athletes coming. But as you can see, we can find 1,000 athletes more for the national games. And for the national school games, as you can see in the 2017, we only could gather 400 and plus. 2019, we could gather 500 plus. And the 2023, it's supposed to be held in the 2021. But because of the COVID and the government situation, we only could hold it in the 2023. And it could lead us into a national school game, and we have earned 700 athletes for that. It is very great number for us. And since 2018, NPC Indonesia have engaged with 10 brands or companies to fully develop the para sports movement through single event or tryout programs and national single event, scouting talent, and etc. And also, more than 38 brands have individually engaged with our athletes, which is very good for them and for the future of them. And since the 2018 NPC Indonesia, we have like 7 newly born sports after the hosting Asian Para Games 2018. And thanks to God, the paracycling, boccia, blind judo, and the lawn balls, they have a massive improvement because they could earn gold medal in the Asian level and in the Hangzhou before. And it was very good for us. And in the end of 2019, our NPC president asked the President of Republic Indonesia to make school for the Paralympic athletes. So it will be easier to find a young and talented athletes. But due to the COVID-19, they need to establish this on the January 2021 and could gather 25 at first. Maybe it's a small number, but it's great for us. And now, for this Paralympic sports school in Indonesia, we have like 50 athletes that have a sports school in Indonesia like this. It may be a small progress, but it's still progress. So it's still good for us. And this is our achievement. In the 2014, we only could send like 70 plus athletes there. And we can all earn 9 golds, 11 silver, and 18 bronze. And during our house, we can earn more. And this is the turning point in the 2023. This is the largest contingents that we have. We could send like 130 athletes and earn 29 golds, 30 silver, and 36 bronze for that one. And because of that, and since the 2018, the government, 2018 and 2021, the government had increased support and funding from the specifically for the Paralympic movement in Indonesia. Right now, they see equal for the Olympics Games and the Paralympics Games in Indonesia, which is very good for us. And right now, starting in the December 2023, the first Paralympic Training Center will be built in Indonesia, and with massive success for us because the government right now are really willing to fund us and willing to lure us more money because they see that the Paralympic movement and Paralympic development in Indonesia is more reassuring rather than the Olympic Games. And since the 2021, the President of Republic Indonesia have signed the presidential decree to support the grand design of the national sports, which in that they mention about 5 parasports to have full support from the governments. It is also written into the constitution, so that 5 sports is the para-athletics, para-badminton, para-table tennis, para-swimming, and para-powerlifting. So these sports in Indonesia, usually before the 2018 games, they stopped the national training camps. And once they reach like the close to the events, close month to the events, they're starting to have the National Paralympic Training Camp. But after the 2018 games, we have like 5 sports that always continue to develop. There is non-stop training, non-stop event. If you have event or you have no event, these 5 sports will guarantee that they have the full support from the government. So it's like a non-stop, training camp for 5 of this one. And the government are fully funding of the 5 sports to try out, to have some training camp, to have anything. If it's para-athletic, if it's para-badminton, table tennis, swimming, powerlifting, and the government just will sign the letter and give us the money. And this is the beginning of us, and it's also the written in the 2021 presidential decree. And we hope that in the future, the government will add more sports, especially in the Paralympic sports, to have a fully support from the governments. And last but not least, for us, the greatest legacy that we have ever received, that we, Indonesia, represent the Asia during that time, could show the world that we, as the Asian region, are willing to make this world more inclusive and harmony through the parasports. I think that's from us. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. And that was so encouraging to see everything that's happened after they have hosted the 2018 Asian Para Games, to see how that's really transformed and turbocharged the Paralympic movement in their country. Now, our final presentation of the day is from NPC Bahrain, who, if you remember, hosted the Asian Youth Para Games in 2021. So I'd like to invite Sheikh Mohammed Dwaj Al Khalifa, who is the president of NPC Bahrain, to tell us about the legacy in his country. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon. We're running a little bit over time, so I'll try to make it as short and to the point as possible. We'd first like to, this is a thank you message on behalf of the Bahrain Paralympic Committee. We extend our gratitude to the Asian Paralympic Committee and the Executive Board for giving Bahrain the opportunity to host these games in 2021, the Asian Youth Para Games. It is a great platform for the Asian Youth Para Games to encourage young athletes to develop their skills and to be part of a game experience. The vision was to host the games was very clear, is to provide the opportunity for younger athletes to compete in a high-level sporting event, providing opportunity for them to learn and educate from other athletes from other nations, nurturing friendships. Together we are stronger. This was always an encouraging movement for us. Recruiting new para-athletes from the region and to build a legacy through the games and strengthen the Paralympic movement, especially in the Kingdom of Bahrain. The reason we were insisting to host the Asian Youth Para Games, maybe it's not in my presentation, but Mr. Majid and Tariq may know that we originally wanted to host the Asian Youth Para Games 2017. And unfortunately, due to the lack of information available in the country for accessibility and accessible rooms, we had to regret hosting the games, not because of our team is unable to conduct the event, but we were not sure that we have the right facilities. And we wanted to make sure that when we host the event, we host the event to a high standard. And we appreciate everything the Dubai Club for People with Determination for hosting the games in 2017. One of the major reasons also was we found out that 78% of parents of people with disabilities did not want their kids to participate in any sports events. And to many different reasons, and as many other colleagues have mentioned, the strength of media and communication we know has a huge potential in changing people's mindsets. And through hosting an event in your hometown, we got lots of calls and interest from people with disabilities who wanted to be part of the movement. And we were able to send athletes to speak to their parents and convince them to join the movement. We had a huge growth, which we will show later on. I'm going to skip these slides because we're running late on time. Focusing on legacy. We are happy to say that some of the statistics we classified during the games, more than 500 youth para-athletes. There were 116 classifiers. These 800 athletes and 750 volunteers. I think one of the major points, and maybe everybody might agree on this, is live streaming. Because we don't have broadcasting for the Paralympic Games, we made sure that we have the different sports broadcasted live on our YouTube channel, and we saw huge interest in our social media numbers, followers, and viewers on the different platforms. Part of the legacy, obviously, is the accessibility in all the venues. A lot of the venues were believed that they were accessible. In 2019, we conducted a survey, and we found out that the accessible standards were not up to the standards of the Paralympic movement. So we fixed a lot of these venues. For other countries who would wish to host events, we used some of hotel facilities like this hall and some other venues. And that was perfectly fine and very accessible, and therefore was very successful. As you all know, we had 9 different sports, and to make sure, speak about the legacy, we managed to classify over 500 youth para-athletes. We conducted training programs for classifications, and we facilitated youth participation in the games, which increased the numbers. For the country itself, maybe I'm focusing here more on infrastructure legacy than legacy to the Paralympic movement. We had huge awareness in society. We noticed that a huge number of our partners, sponsors, started coming forward to supporting the Paralympic movement. We had a lot of companies and institutions who were willing to start to employ people with disabilities. We established an accessible infrastructure. A lot of the hotels amended their entrances and their rooms, furniture, maybe for wheelchair users. They started using better flooring and carpets for wheelchairs to move on. We enhanced the sports venues, improved accessibility in the hotels, as I mentioned. The transportation was one of the major infrastructure struggles. And through hosting this event, transportation companies believed how valuable it is to have accessibility as part of their main goals. And with the SDGs today, Sustainable Development Goals, and they believe that it is something they would do. So we encourage our region to reach out to these companies and have them develop that. From the event, we managed to also develop local expertise in the Paralympic movement through training and classification. We had a great team who worked with us from the committees and the technical delegates who are now experts in hosting events. We built a great reputation, and thanks again to the Asian Paralympic Committee for supporting us. I think the games in Bahrain were great despite the pandemic. At that time, 2021, it was one of the highest times, I think, where our region, Asia, was one of the red regions in the world. But although we were during the pandemic, we are very happy to say that there were no COVID cases during the event. And finally, we had an increase in number of athletes. We had an increase of 41% from 2021. Transportation, as we mentioned, this is something they added here, is transportation from 8 different venues, or from 8 hotels to 9 different venues was challenging. But this is something maybe when you have Asian Games, you're in a city, you're in a village where you move from one location to different venues. But when you're moving from many different hotels to different venues, it is challenging. But we hope none of you faced any problems. If so, we apologize, but it's something we learned from. Finally, we'd like to say that there was 108 medals, and we left a legacy for a lot of athletes in the Kingdom of Bahrain. There were a lot of records broken. I remember Tariq brought them up, and we wish you all the best of luck. Apologize for keeping you so late today, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and absolutely no need to apologize. Thank you, though, for keeping us up. If there are any questions, please, I'm sure we've all got 5 more minutes for questions. Has anybody got a question for either of our two presenters on Games Legacy? Okay, thank you. It was lovely to hear the legacy, the really immediate legacy, like people thinking about what flooring they put in hotels or how they make their transport more accessible. But I'm sure NPC Bahrain will really reap the benefits of hosting the 2021 Asian Youth Para Games in future Asian Games, when those young people that had their first opportunity in Bahrain are old enough to compete on the bigger stage. So that concludes the formal business for today, but before we all depart, I do have a couple of things to talk about. Just need to get my phone, where I've got a message from Mr. Shami about tomorrow. Hold on. So tomorrow, I mentioned this morning that we will have some facilitated workshops, and I just want to give you a little bit of information about them today, because there's something you need to do when you get back to the Marriott Hotel. So we will have workshops in 2 sessions tomorrow. We'll start off tomorrow morning at 9:30 in this room. So please can everybody try to be prompt, because we're trying to create as much time as possible for the workshops, which is the part where you get to roll your sleeves up and do the work with your colleagues from across Asia. We will divide everybody into 5 groups, and each group will be allocated a colour and a separate place to work. So what you need to do today, tonight, or tomorrow morning before you come here is to check in at the APC desk in the Marriott Hotel, and they will tell you which colour group you are in. So there are 5 groups, 5 colours, and you need to know before you arrive here tomorrow at 9:30 which group you're in. We'll have a 10-minute briefing, as I say, and then we will start the workshops at 9:45 tomorrow. So that's what you need to take away about tomorrow, but we have the very important business of the Asian Awards first tonight. So those will commence at 7 o'clock tonight here in the hotel on the 2nd floor in the ballroom there. The dress code is business formal or national dress. I will be going and changing out of this. We don't have national dress in the UK, you'd be pleased to know, so I won't be wearing that, but I won't be wearing a business suit. But I've been down to the room, it looks amazing. I think we're going to have a fantastic evening where we can relax and celebrate the very best of Asian para sport. So thank you for all your attention today. I look forward to seeing you later on tonight on the 2nd floor here. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.